Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. My name is Deirdre Bartman. I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Development and Tourism. We have members online today, and we have stakeholders in the chamber. And the COVID protocol officer has assured me that we are socially distant and the protocols have been observed. The procedural officer assisting us today, Sarah Adams, she's on my left, and Siraj is our IT officer if you're having any technical difficulties. The purpose for us being here today is this committee received a letter from Minister Ivan Meyer, the Minister of Agriculture in the Western Cape, regarding serious concerns outlined by the Citrus Growers Association related to citrus exports going from the TNPA City of Cape Town port. These concerns relate to inefficiencies at the TNPA City of Cape Town port, and the committee then consulted the respective stakeholders regarding a date and requested the programming authority for an urgent date in order to have a briefing and oversight on this matter. Today on the agenda before us is the briefing thus by the Citrus Growers Association on the challenges they've experienced at the Cape Town port and the impact on the exporting of citrus products to exporting up to overseas markets as per the letter. A briefing by Transnet on the challenges at the Cape Town port and the impact on various industries because they are another stakeholder in this matter. And a briefing by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism on the inefficiencies experienced at the Cape Town port and impact on the various industries, as they also have a particular unit that deals with these matters in the Western Cape. We also have the Minister online with us. What I will do is I'll first allow for the members online to introduce themselves, and I first would like to thank the members for being online and allowing us to have more stakeholders in the chambers today. I really appreciate it, especially since the capacity number of the chamber has been reduced since the last level. Now, I'm first going to allow the members to introduce themselves. Then I'm going to allow the minister and the stakeholders to introduce themselves. And I will start with allowing the minister to make some introductory remarks, and then we'll jump straight into the presentations. Thank you so much. Members, if you could introduce yourselves online, please. Member van der Westhuizen.
Good morning. My name is Andrikus van der Westhuizen, a member of the committee.
Thank you so much. Member Maseko.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matlodi Maseko. I'm the member of the Standing Committee.
Thank you so much. I can't see the full participants list on the side. I only see a few bubbles. I just want to check if there are any other members online. Okay, and I did receive an apology from Member Bosman, who has messaged this morning to indicate that he is ill and unfortunately not able to join us this morning. Okay. Minister, I'll start with you and your delegation.
Hi, good morning. My name is David Mania. I'm the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities.
Thank you so much. Anyone from the delegation of Department of Economic Development and Tourism online? Okay, is anyone in the chamber? Go ahead.
I'm Glenn Stein. I'm the User Doing Business Project Manager for
Thank you so much. And just a reminder for those in the chamber, and this first time it is at WCDP, you must just switch on your mic when you want to speak, please, and you can just switch it off. And if there's an echo, it's likely because there's two mics on somewhere as well. But thank you so much. Okay, I will now hand over to Mr. Chadwick to introduce his delegation.
Thank you. I'm Justin Chadwick, the Chief Executive Officer of the Citrus Growers Association of Southern Africa. My colleagues with me are Mitchell Brook, who's the Logistics Project Manager from Citrus Growers Association, and Werner van Rooyen. Werner is with the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, representing exporters of fresh produce from South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now hand over to TNPA. or is it Transnet? Who's the lead of the delegation? Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Deirdre. I'm just going to introduce the delegation from Transnet with your permission, ma'am. And good morning to all the members of parliament and also our valued customers. Good morning. I am going to introduce Ms. Wandisa Vazi, who is the managing executive responsible for, amongst other terminals, the Cape Town Container Terminal. Wandi, can you just indicate? Yes, that's Ms. Wandisa Vazi. Moving on, I'm also going to introduce the second managing executive responsible, amongst other terminals, the multi-purpose terminal in the Port of Cape Town. Andy, can you please wave, ma'am? Thank you so much. With your permission, ma'am, I'm just going to focus on introducing the presenters only. I'm also going to present Wandi Nobile Ndlovu is Nobile Ndlovu is the acting terminal executive manager for the Cape Town Container Terminal. Moving on, I'm also going to introduce as well Reggie Brown. Reggie, thank you so much. Reggie Brown is technical support, actually representing TFR today. If you can just wave, Reggie. Thank you so much. I'm also going to introduce as well Mr. Louis Erland, who is the operations manager from TFR. Louis, thank you. And also we've got supporting team as well. Okay. May I give you a permission to introduce yourself, sir?
Good morning. My name is Sibut Mdala, Terminal Manager for MPT Cape Town in Saldanha. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sibute. And we also have Honorable Deirdre also supporting and the executive and the managers from both TPT, TNPA, and TFR who are actually sitting at the balcony. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, and with no further ado, I'm going to allow Minister Mania to do some introductory remarks before we jump straight into the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to make some brief opening remarks, not only to the committee members, but of course also to the stakeholders who are appearing before the committee this morning. As you may know, I joined President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan, the Minister of Transport, Vakile Mbalula, and of course, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Transnet, Portia Derby, and many others yesterday for a visit to the Port of Cape Town. And I have to say, Chairperson, that despite the challenges which we are going to traverse today, the visit, I think, left me feeling more optimistic about the future of our ports, including the Port of Cape Town. I think we'd all accept that the Port of Cape Town is really the heart of the economy in the Western Cape. And so we have been working very closely with port management on driving port efficiency in the Port of Cape Town, and Glenn Steyn from our department, I think, will share and you will hear from him on that issue today. But of course, port inefficiencies are a reality. The port is inefficient, it is expensive, it is not competitive, but I have to concede that there have been significant improvements, particularly compared to this time last year. And there's of course always a risk that the port becomes a handbrake on economic growth in the Western Cape. And I'm sure that the committee will hear more from the Citrus Growers Association and Justin Chadwick on that issue today. But I have to say what yesterday's visit revealed for me was that despite the challenges, mitigation measures to improve port efficiencies have been put in place. And also the announcement yesterday that corporatizing the Transnet National Port Authority, I think will open the way in the longer term for own revenue to be invested in infrastructure and maintenance and repair. And then also ultimately, I think will pave the way to attract private sector investment in port operations, which I think is a positive development in the port environment in South Africa. And I think which will ultimately deliver on the shared vision of a world-class competitive port in Cape Town. So in closing, we obviously remain committed to working with all the stakeholders in the logistics chain to deliver short-term port efficiencies, but also to work on the longer-term port reform project in the port of Cape Town. And I certainly am committed to that project. Chair, I do apologize that I'll not be able to join you for the full day, but I do sort of wish the committee and also all the stakeholders good luck in their deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and we do excuse you from the meeting. Thank you so much. It's not a secret that there are cabinet meetings usually on Wednesdays, and it always clashes with this committee as well. But thank you so much for the introductory remarks. If we have any concerns, we will write to you immediately.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, we're going to start with the presentation for the Citrus Growers Association, because you are why we're here today. Tell us, what do we need to know?
Thanks very much, Chairperson, committee members, friends from Transnet and other delegates here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As was mentioned by the Chairperson, this request for a meeting emanates from a briefing with Minister Meyer in May, where we did express concerns about the operations at the port. I must state upfront that any impact at any port impacts on all the other ports. So as a citrus industry, we rely on the ports in Quebec and Kucha and Durban and Cape Town. And any issue in any of those rotations impacts on the others. I also want to echo what Minister Mania said in terms of improvements at the port. When we had the meeting in May, we were at the beginning of our season, and we looked back at a fairly challenging table grape season. Not that we're involved in table grapes, but we saw what happened during their season, where inefficiencies at Cape Town Port caused vessels to skip the port, and growers had to truck their produce from the Cape to the Eastern Cape, from the Western Cape to the Eastern Cape at great expense. And so at the beginning of the season, we decided that we needed to do everything in our powers to ensure that we didn't have similar issues facing us as an industry. So with those brief words, I just want to go into the presentation. I'm going to present on the industry, just giving you some idea of who we are, what the industry looks like. And then Mitchell Brook, my colleague, will then discuss the logistics issues, and particularly around the Western Cape and Cape Town Port. So just in terms of the Citrus Growers Association, as is our title, we the Citrus Growers Association of Southern Africa, not just South Africa. So we represent the industry in Eswatini and Zimbabwe as well, although 96% of the product comes from South Africa. The bedrock of our industry is our research. For those who are not involved in fresh produce, when you're exporting fresh produce, the big issue you have is your pests and diseases associated with your crop. No country wants us to export pests and diseases with our fruit. And so we, as as a grower organization, invest 150 million rand per year in research into Citrus Research International. And that's where all citrus research gets done at that institution. You'll see the next to CRI is River Bioscience. So we do get some products that we can commercialize, and we commercialize those within our company called River Bioscience. And most of those are biological solutions for crop production. So we're trying to move away from synthetic chemicals and move to more environmentally friendly biological solutions. Within River Bioscience, we have a company called Exit, which is sterile insect technology. There we have a radioactive plant in Citrusdal, just up the coast from us here. And we basically have false codling moth that we treat with radioactive waves, and we make them sterile. And we sterilize 40 million moths per week. And we take those moths out and we distribute them over the orchards. And they bring down the wild population of false codling moth to a point where they're almost eradicated. And we've been doing that in the Western Cape for probably almost 15 years now, and the populations have decreased radically over that time. We also have a cultivar company to look at new cultivars into the industry. And then we have two companies that look at transformation. The one is the Citrus Academy, which looks at human skills development. We have a bursary fund of about 2 million rand per annum, and we have 70 students studying at tertiary education facilities around the country. The youth is our future, so we invest heavily in that area. And then we have the CGA Grower Development Company, and that company focuses on new entrants into the industry. At the moment, we have about 150 black farming entities, of which about 70 are in the export field, and they farm at about 8,000 hectares. So that company focuses on technical support, financial support, and business administration support to those growers. Thanks, Mitchell. Mitchell? Just to give you an idea of the size of the industry, this is quite a busy slide, but on the left-hand side are all the citrus growing regions in South Africa. So we cover most of the country from the Boland down here in the south all the way up to Zimbabwe border. And as I said earlier, Zimbabwe is a member. And then from the east coast of KZN all the way across to the west coast in the Northern Cape. Of interest to the Western Cape legislature would be the two regions we have in the Western Cape, which is the fourth one down, which we call Western Cape, which is basically the Citrusdal region. And there you'll see the production of about 18.3 million 15 kg cartons for that region. And then further down, you'll see the Boland region, and that's the Robertson, that sort of area, where you'll see we've got about 8.2 million cartons being exported out of that region. So this year, 2021, we estimate 163, or we estimated in March, 163 million 15 kg cartons out of Southern Africa. And just to give you some idea of the importance of the supply chain, our season is about 160 days. So in other words, we've got 1 million cartons coming through our logistics supply chain on every day of our season. So if we have any mishap or any stoppage in any point in the supply chain, it immediately starts backing up that fruit, because the farmers don't stop harvesting and the packers don't stop packing. So the fruit keeps coming. And that's why we are so anxious about the logistics chain and about the port efficiencies and the port working effectively. You'll see at the bottom there, the increase this year is about 9% over last year's 150 million cartons. So about a 10 million carton increase from last year to this year. We update those figures on a weekly basis. And you'll see at the moment, the last column there, we're sitting at 158.9, almost 159 million cartons. So it has decreased a little bit, but not substantially. As we started harvesting, we saw the fruit was a little bit smaller, which means that you have less cartons. We've packed to date 53 million cartons, so we've already packed a third of our crop. We've got 2/3 to go, and we've shipped about 38 million of those cartons. So just to give you an idea of the growth in the industry, we started exporting citrus in 1906 from Cape Town port, actually, to the UK. It was the first shipment. And then it took us 64 years for us to go from 0 to 500,000 tons. The next 500,000 tons took 31 years. The next 500,000 tons, 12 years. And then from 1.5 to 2 million took 6 years. And if we reach the estimate this year, it'll be about 2.5 million cartons, which will have taken us about 4 years. So you can see it's an industry that's growing, but growing at a faster pace as we go forward. The growth is led by two categories of citrus. So although we talk about citrus as one basket, in fact, it's really 4 different products. One is oranges, the other is grapefruit, and then soft citrus and lemons. And the growth is really due to the soft citrus export volumes increasing at exponential rates, as in the lemons. So in the last 10 years, there have been huge plantings of lemons and soft citrus. We do a long-term projection, so I think this is important for our Transnet colleagues as well and everybody else in the supply chain. We want to give them some sort of a heads up as to what's coming in the future so that we can plan capacity around that. If we look 5 years ahead, we're going to be at about 200 million cartons. Remember, I showed you we're at about 160 million now. So in other words, in the next 5 years, we're going to go up to 200 million, and the next 10 years up to 260 million. So we're going to be increasing at 10 million cartons per annum for the next 10 years. So this sort of growth that we've seen in the past is going to continue. And it's going to be really important that the logistics facilities keep pace with that sort of growth. Otherwise, we're going to run into bottlenecks and problems. Just for example, we've shown this to the packaging companies, and they're already planning new plants to produce more packaging because they realize they're not going to have enough to supply all the cartons that we need to pack the citrus in. So we share this information as widely as possible with as many colleagues in the supply chain as possible so that we can all plan ahead. And I guess that's one of the purposes of this meeting, is to share this information with you so that we all plan ahead in terms of port infrastructure. Just briefly, the other challenge other than the logistics is around market access, because there's no use having 260 million cartons of citrus, but nobody to eat them. And so the other big challenge we have is in terms of gaining new markets, optimizing our present market conditions. And there we're working very hard with the Department of Agriculture. And some of you might have noticed in the press this year already, they opened the Philippines for us, which is a massive step forward. And then just last week, the minister signed a revised protocol which will allow lemons to go into China at much more favorable treatment conditions. We do have others, so that's the first of the big 5 we've ticked off for this year. We do hope to have better conditions into India. We have a wider access for mandarins. At the moment, the only mandarins are allowed into Japan or clementines, and most of our mandarin growth or soft citrus growth is around late mandarins, specifically here in the Boland. We're looking at access to Vietnam, and then in terms of the USA, wider access. We only have at the moment access from the Western Cape and Northern Cape to the USA. So that's a big focus for us, and we're working very closely with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. So that's a brief snapshot of the industry and where we are, and then I'm going to hand across to Mitchell to then go into the logistics and focus on the Western Cape and Cape Town Port. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Good morning, delegates. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Just before I get into the presentation, as an extension of what Justin's just mentioned, we caught sight of the rapid growth in the citrus industry at least 3 or 5 years ago. And obviously we could foresee challenges across the logistics chain as far as infrastructure is concerned. I've been on a drive locally, internationally, to lure investors into the local economy to come and invest in infrastructure. And aligned to that, we've seen massive investment across our logistics chain as far as infrastructure, cold storage infrastructure is concerned. We're seeing very big infrastructure being developed across the northern regions into the Eastern Cape as well as the Western Cape, where investors are putting capacity ahead of demand. So luckily, we managed to have this data to give us the foresight in terms of making sure that any challenges are met ahead of time. There's massive investment across the citrus industry as far as pack houses are concerned, investment in orchards, even downstream investment into logistics chains themselves, cold store facilities, into transport. So that infrastructure and that investment is going into hundreds of millions, if not into billions of rands. And we need to make sure that we are able to support that investment so those investments can return profits back to our growers to make them sustainable. So at the moment, all the logistics bottlenecks that we're seeing are obviously compromising that investment in the local front. So what I'm going to do today is just give a presentation basically on what we're seeing, and we're going to focus really on the Western Cape ports, the terminal of the Cape Town container terminal, the terminal of the Cape Town multi-purpose terminal, since we're here focusing on the Western Cape. But as Justin has mentioned, the port systems we refer to as a complementary port system. Transnet are obviously the oversight of all the port systems in South Africa, in particular Durban, Coega, Cape Town, Gqeberha. And as Justin mentioned, if one of these terminals or ports are not working efficiently, it actually has a ramification on all the port systems because they're a complementary port system. And most vessels which are coming to South Africa are having to call one or two of the ports, or in the case of our important Europe services, they call into 4 ports before they leave back to Europe. So anywhere along the chain there, if there's a breakdown in productivity or efficiency, it has a really big impact on vessels moving through our port system. If we look at, obviously, our projection for understanding the logistics environment, and if we look at the growth going forward, as Justin has mentioned this year, which we can see on this column second to the right, our estimation tells us 163 million cartons are likely, but we've obviously seen that revised to 158 to 159 million. I'll break it down to regional levels so we can then share with those specific corridors, in the case of the northern region exporting through Durban, the Eastern Cape region exporting through Gqeberha and Coega ports, and the Western Cape and Northern Cape exporting out of Cape Town. We isolate and ring-fence those specific areas so that we're able to communicate with that specific chain what their estimate is for the year, and ensuring infrastructure and resources are aligned to that specific year's growth. If we look at the Western Cape specifically, you can see from about 2016 that growth has really been stagnant. From 2019 to 2020, you can see this year there's been a very big uptake in growth of citrus production, and that's very much aligned to the mandarin product, which is in very big growth out of this area. The Western Cape and Northern Cape will be going to, about the next 3 or 5 years, going to about 35 million cartons to be exported. But more significantly, the other areas of the northern regions, Eastern Cape, have got a very, very high level of growth, which will be impacting the Eastern Cape ports as well as the Durban port. The Western Cape port, we are quite fortunate in the fact that there are other fruit kinds that export through the Western Cape terminals as far as the deciduous and table grape industry is concerned, much more than what we see on the citrus side. So capacity and infrastructure for the citrus season is really there to handle that amount of produce. It's really when you get into the deciduous season where it goes to about November to December, January, February, where the most of the fruit is exported out of the ports, and that's where the higher volume of fruit is exporting. So we're kind of fortunate in the Western Cape that we sit in a very good field as far as the production of citrus in that time of the year. And just to conclude there, that my forecast is showing that we're going to go to about 190 million cartons, the next big step towards 2025. So that's going to definitely bring a lot of pressure through our logistics system as we enter into that sort of area. This is just giving us an idea of the current years and historical data. This is just looking at the Western Cape and Northern Cape production by category. If you look at the colors there, you'll see there's a limited amount of grapefruit that is produced in the northern regions. You'll see the lemons that are produced, and then the navels. And then the orange bars are showing you the mandarin categories. And then if we look particularly around from week 30 to about week 34 is where the late mandarins, which are coming up from the Robinson, Boland area, is growing at a significant rate. The red line is showing you what we're likely to see in terms of the overall production of citrus from the Western Cape. And there we can see that the peak is really going to be around that late Mandarin season. So it's going to move from about an average of 1.25 million cartons a week, going to about 2 million cartons a week. But as I've said, that's the infrastructure aligned to the citrus, we think is well covered in the area here. If we look at going forward, this is what we foresee as a really big challenge for our industry overall, and not just for the citrus industry. I think for all of the fruit export industries is the radical growth in the demand for refrigerated containers. We think that demand is going to be higher than what the ability for shipping lines to supply to our local shores. This year, in fact, to give an example, because of the congestion around the Chinese ports, because of the massive movement of freight between China and North America and Europe, shipping lines were just not bringing empty containers to South Africa to align to the deciduous exports. We saw that right through the table grape season now from December to February, impacting very severely on the exports of table grapes. We, fortunate enough, could foresee this challenge, and we met with shipping lines around March, and we alluded to them that they are obligated to bring containers to move our produce. We simply cannot have a situation where product is going to ports and unable to be exported because there's no containers. At this time, we're very fortunate to see that the shipping lines have really come to the party and supplied a lot of containers through our port systems. Up to this point, we haven't had a challenge, but we're hoping that for the next couple of weeks, when we get into the peak, that is going to remain as it is. But certainly going forward, if we have a look at the numbers, this in 2020, the citrus industry alone used about 82,000 containers for the year. This year, we're projecting about 92,000 containers. Mr. Mania, just to correct, last night I mentioned the container numbers. It's about 6,000 containers a year if we look at that 10 million cartons per annum. So it works out to 6,000 containers. So we're looking at 6,000 containers a year for the next 5 years needing to be brought into South Africa just for the citrus season. If we bring in the other fruit kinds, we're running into about 160 to 180,000 containers a year needed. And we need to combine that with the other fruit kinds so we can do a better projection on this going forward. But certainly we're going to see a lot of pressure from that point of view. We're going to see a lot of pressure in terms of containers that are needing to be moved through our port systems as efficiently as possible so that those containers can be routed back to South Africa to move citrus and other fruits to markets around the world. And as you can see from the slide here, you can see there's a definite peak in the citrus season, which runs, in fact, it's going to start now in the next 2 weeks, running from about week 27, which is the last of the week in June, running to about the end of August, where the massive peak from the north in particular is coming from the growth in Valencias from late mandarins and lemons. So just before we go into the detail around the terminals in Cape Town, I would like to show you what we've collected as information from December through to June this year in terms of the actual productivity at the Cape Town container terminal. From December, January, and February, we saw quite a lot of productivity issues coming through the port system, which Justin alluded to, that it caused a massive effect on vessels moving through the Cape Town port, going back into market. We saw, and I'm going to show some slides now, vessels that were delayed in the port system for a number of days, if not weeks. I can tell you, as Justin has alluded to, that the port system, as Wandisa has been brought in towards the earlier part of the year, that there's been a massive improvement in Cape Town. And I really take my hat off to Wandi, that she's done a remarkable job in terms of coming in and intercepting what we saw transpiring at that point. And as you can see from the green bars, there's been a significant uptake in terms of the average number of containers that are moved through the terminal per day to where we are at the moment. And if you see the red line, it shows you the productivity on the terminal, where you can see an average of about 15, 13 gross crane moves, which is the number of moves going through the cranes onto the vessel. You can see that's going up towards 18, 19 crane moves an hour. At the moment, we see that the situation in the Cape Town port is actually very favorable for us as we move into the citrus season. So thank you very much to Wandi for coming in and really participating and helping to overturn what was happening in Cape Town. Just to mention, when we look at this, I know it's probably quite too detailed to understand, but if we look at what's happening here, the devil is actually in the detail. And if we look at issues around productivity, vessel movement, we measure how accurate or how fast vessels are moving through our port system, because it's very important for the fruit exports to have access to ships that move through the ports as quick as possible with continuity. So there's at least a ship leading to every market every week. And that supply into those markets is done on a weekly continual basis with consistency so that buyers in overseas markets have confidence in the supply from South African markets. As soon as we lose that confidence, we lose our competitive advantage into supply of fruit into markets. And we're sitting in that predicament at the moment, particularly what we've seen transpiring from last year. We realized there's been a lot of issues around the COVID implementation across the transit port system last year, which we actually had a very significant and very successful year because transit managed to bring in additional capacity. But going into the table grape season, it was very, very difficult a period for that specific commodity. We've heard from table grape growers that a situation like that causes the buyers to then transfer from supply from South Africa into competing countries like South America, where they can simply just switch to an alternative country to supply fruit into markets. So as we move forward, the most important thing to realize is that as we go and see the growth coming into the industry, that it's so important for us to ensure that the accuracy of and efficiency of vessels moving through our port system to reach the markets is as effective as possible. So the current standing doesn't give us much confidence that we are going in that direction, although we are seeing some changes, particularly in Cape Town, which is a very good projection. But just to show you here, from January up to about March, this is a service which comes from Europe into South Africa. It comes into the Cape Town terminal, into the Coega terminal, into Durban, then goes back to Europe, going back into the Coega terminal to Cape Town. Typically, that vessel should take only 10 days. That's the actual planned schedule that the shipping lines have to move through the port system. During January to March, it was taking in excess of 21 days, up to 30 days for these vessels to move through the port system. If you see the first column, you notice that the vessels that are coming southbound are typically supposed to come into the Cape Town terminal first to offload empty containers for the Western Cape and also to take fruit from the Western Cape, which needs to be transshipped from other ports to other markets around the world. Those vessels have simply been skipping the port of Cape Town. And that has compromised the access to markets, particularly on the grape season. You can see now rolling over to citrus that they don't have that export opportunity on that specific vessel. The vessel then goes to Coega. You can see the Coega port is actually working very well, which is running about 1 or 2 days on the vessel turnaround. The terminal goes into Durban. You can see there that is very, very suboptimal, that the vessel is sitting in Durban for at least 7 days. In some instances, it stays there for 10 days. To load and offload and then move back to Coega. You can see that the northbound route has omitted the PE port again because of the time to move to the port. And then at that specific time frame coming into Cape Town, you can see that the vessel was staying here. Those vessels were staying here for an exceptionally long time, exceeding 2 weeks in some cases. Now, we must all realize that there's a lot of issues that obviously impact the vessels moving through the ports. We can't just say transit is being unproductive. It's very unfair to say that. There's a certain element of that. There's also an element which I'm going to draw on now, that the Cape Town port is very, very impacted by what we're seeing at the moment. In fact, the vessel MSC Athens is on the berth that simply can't work because of high winds and also surging in the port. And the Cape Town port is very, very impacted by those elements. So that's a part of the issue. So going forward, we do see, if you look at the latter part of the bottom slide, you can see that we are starting to see an improvement on those vessels. As of the Academus, the last vessel there, it will now be calling Cape Town southbound. In fact, it's coming into Cape Town at the end of this week. So that will be allowing citrus to get onto those vessels to have access to markets and other ports where they need to transship. So this just goes to show that when the port doesn't work efficiently, vessels just simply bypass, and that compromises access to markets. And on this specific service, if I can also mention that typically, if they were able to keep to schedule, there should only be 7 ships on this specific run to go between South Africa and Europe on a weekly service. They're running at the moment 10 vessels on this service. So those additional 3 vessels are there just to compensate for additional time spent on the schedule, which is in fact cost borne to our growers. So the efficiency is highly imperative so that the freight rates are equalized against what is the actual cost and not the cost of additional deployment of vessels onto service. And this is just one specific case of a vessel. Another service, which is the MSC, the Mediterranean shipping service, is the same sort of, you can see the same detail behind there. Missing vessels, missing ports coming southbound on the leg, missing ports going on the northbound, and the same sort of impact on that specific service. If we talk about the most important service for the Western Cape, most of the fruit coming from the Western Cape is going to North America, into Canada. It's one of the markets where the Western Cape has, at this point in time, exclusive access to. And this vessel, which is called the Amex service, is the one that moves between Port Elizabeth, Durban, and Cape Town to go into New York, which then feeds fruit into the American market as well as the Canadian market. This vessel from last year has really had problems getting through our port system because of the problems that have been happening in Durban at the multi-purpose terminal, and then coming through to Cape Town, sitting in the Cape Town port for extended periods of time, purely because machinery is broken down a large part of the time, because machinery is ailing in terms of its condition. If we look at some of the cases, you can see there, if we look at PE, the vessel moves very quickly through the port system because the crane's working very well, efficiency is there. In Durban, again, the same challenges with equipment failing, breaking down continuously, vessels that are just simply unable to work because there's no equipment that is operating to run these vessels. The same situation in the Cape Town port, the Cape Town multi-purpose terminal. We had of late, the machinery there has been breaking down constantly. And we've had, if you look at the vessel, the City of Hong Kong, it was on berth for up to 13 days, of which most of that was the vessel just sitting at the berth, not able to work because the machines just simply don't work. That is a very suboptimal condition for supply of fruit into the North America, into the Canadian market. We interjected to this last year when I saw this, when we were starting to measure these reports, giving us indication that our supply problem on this specific service was actually very detrimental. We then approached shipping lines, which has moved the vessel now from the multi-purpose terminal to the Durban container terminal. So these vessels are moving exceptionally fast through Durban. You can see they're now sitting at 3 and 4 days. Coming to the Cape Town port, the shipping lines didn't opt to move the service over to the Cape Town terminal. They kept it at the multi-purpose terminal. So we're still seeing these operational challenges on this specific ship. So again, this is a very good example of the correction we need to see on vessels moving through our port system. Just to detail some of the logistics constraints from a high level, as I mentioned earlier, that we are very anxious about the supply of containers, refrigerated containers to the South African shores to meet the demand for exports of fruit going forward. We're going to need to have a lot of discussion with shipping lines about investment in equipment and obviously getting that equipment into shore ahead of time. So we are working on that, but we are very anxious about that going forward, particularly over the next 3 to 5 years when we start to surpass 200 million cartons. If we look specifically down at the container terminals, and we focus in Cape Town specifically because that's what we're here for today, we are aware of the fact that the terminal in Cape Town is running with rubber tire gantries, those large cranes which move the containers around the terminal. We believe, and I'm sure we're going to hear from Transnet today, we believe that there's an equipment issue and supply issue in the terminal, which is obviously then detrimental to productivity at the terminal. I'm sure we'll hear the figures, but we know there's, in the reports, there's 31 or so straddles or RTGs of the terminal, of which we hear only 16 or 17 up to 18 are working at any given shift period. RTGs, yeah. And we've been told that they should be running with about 24 machines to make sure that they're as productive as possible. So I'm sure Transnet will give us a feedback in terms of the equipment allocation and with the equipment status at the terminal at the moment. At the container terminal, the multi-purpose terminal, I've been fortunate enough to go to all the terminals across the country about 2 years ago to physically see the condition of machines. And I must be honest, when I went to the Cape Town multi-purpose terminal, I was quite astounded to see the condition of the machines that are there at the moment. And those mobile harbor cranes, are desperately needing to be replaced so that they can provide an efficient service to that service that I mentioned earlier, the Amex service, to ensure that we're supplying product to the North American market. So those machines, and they've also just had a delivery of 5 straddles from Durban, 3 of which are brand new generation machines. So they're equipped on the land side quite well now once those machines are implemented. But certainly the mobile cranes at this point in time are a very big cause for concern that we need to have oversight in terms of how we're going to rectify that situation, because we can't have this continue for as long as we've had at the moment. Productivity levels, I would like to say that across the port system, I mean, if we mentioned earlier what the productivity sets are going up to. We measured on gross crane moves, looking at 13 up to 15, going up to 16. As we see now, we're sitting at about 18, 19, up to 20 gross crane moves an hour. So there's been a vast improvement in the Cape Town port. But certainly, I believe we should be seeing at least a 25% increase in productivity, going past the 20 gross crane moves per hour. Historically, we know that the Cape Town terminal has, in fact, surpassed those levels for long periods of time. So something's happened in the terminal where the productivity has come down. So we need to get Cape Town back to those levels that we've seen in the past. And we've always been very admirable of the Cape Town terminal from us coming up in the north, that they've always had very good productivity levels. So we need to get back there. Landside bottlenecks, My colleague Glenn Steyn, who works for the government, will know that landside bottlenecks are frequent here in Cape Town. Specifically at the moment, we see when wind occurs, they obviously aren't able to offload trucks. We see this a lot across all our port systems where we have landside issues. So that is something I believe the Western Cape are integrating to try and help alleviate that with developing systems specifically designed to try and curb landside issues where trucks are not standing for hours or trying to get into the terminal. As I mentioned in the Cape Town port, it's a very tricky thing, the way I see it, you know, how to curb this issue around wind and fog and surging and ranging. Now, surging is when, obviously, we see at the moment, you've got high swells coming through the seas, which then come into the port and cause vessels to move up and down. Obviously, that curbs the ability to load and offload ships. Already this morning on the stats, I see as of this morning, 1 o'clock, the vessels have been on standby because of ranging at this point in time because of that surging issue. The wind also, if you have a look at the statistics, at least every week we're going into upwards of 24 hours in some cases where wind per week is impacting the port. And it's very, very frequent, particularly during that table grape industry period where they need ships to move and ships to work. I don't quite know how this is going to be obviously focused on in terms of how to eradicate this issue, but it's certainly something that I think the Western Cape government and Transnet really need to start to look at how to mitigate against this. I know the mitigation measures in terms of surging and ranging with some of the Moormaster applications, which I believe Transnet are in the process of procuring at the moment, which is one aspect which will help it. But certainly, and wind and fog and those sort of issues are something which is very, very difficult to try and circumvent. But certainly, we need to try and see how we can do that. As I mentioned, across our port system, we are very, very concerned at the moment when we talk to shipping lines. They're saying that due to global reasons on productivity issues and congestion issues, a lot of vessels are actually just simply not calling South Africa anymore into all our ports. They're stopping to call at certain ports, as I mentioned, with some of these vessels because of perhaps productivity issues and other issues around that. We simply have an issue on some of our, let's say, for instance, the Western Cape, having an issue supplying product directly to markets with ships that come into the port. They're having to transship through other ports to get to markets, having to truck fruit to other ports to get onto ships to markets as well. We've seen that in the Eastern Cape, not so much in Durban because it has obviously got a high level of volume. So our growers are calling upon us as an association to interject with the shipping lines and the terminals to find out why vessels are simply bypassing and leaving South Africa, because it's causing us a massive disruption to supply of fruit to global markets. And as I mentioned, vessels bypassing Cape Town. I think if I'm not mistaken, last year a figure if I'm not mistaken, excess of 300 vessels bypassed Cape Town. If I'm incorrect on that, I think please correct me. But I know it was a staggering amount of vessels that were supposed to come into Cape Town that just simply didn't because of the issues with productivity. So we certainly need to see all vessels that are destined to come to Cape Town need to come to Cape Town so that the fruit and other commodities can be come into Cape Town for local import and for export. So certainly we need to focus very, very strongly on the Western Cape ports as well as other ports to ensure that the productivity levels are there and any issues with circumvent vessels coming into the port are alleviated to best as possible. I'm going to show you this picture of a really great thing that happened this year. This is a reefer vessel. So we know that container vessels stack containers into the holds of the vessel and on top of the vessels. This is a refrigerated vessel. It's the vessel called the Cool Eagle. It actually came into Cape Town at the end of May. I was fortunate enough to come down here to come and we welcome the captain into the port and send him away with some good quality South African fruit. The significance of this vessel, it's the largest reefer vessel in the world. It can take up to 13,000 pallets or 700 containers, 8,000 of which go under deck and about 6,000 in containers on deck. This is a new vessel which came into voyage this year. The first voyage to South Africa was now this year. It was built in 2021. What we're seeing at the moment is the decline in these specific type of vessels. There's only 4 of those vessels which have been built in the last 4 years. Most of them, subsequent to that, are sitting in manufactured years of 70s and 80s, which are being scrapped at a massively high rate. When we see these vessels completely wiped off our opportunity for export, we're then in the hands of container shipping lines and containers. So we're on a drive to try and see how we can attract more of these vessels into our system, hopefully trying to encourage people to build more of these vessels, because we certainly need to see more of these vessels come in to match our increased production. And we can then look at trying to see how we can charter in these vessels into South Africa, perhaps on a loop system into Europe. So we have more dedicated supply into the market and also complement the container services into markets such as Europe, which is our biggest export market. And I'd like to conclude on that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Don't mind me if I'm on that side, I can't press the mic. Thank you so much. That is the presentation by the Citrus Growers Association. TMPA, you are a business. Your clients have now brought concerns to you as a business. The clients are saying that international clients don't want to work with us. And they're saying that domestic clients are struggling to get to those international markets. But before I get to the TNPA presentation specifically, I'm going to first ask if there are any questions to the Citrus Growers Association specifically. And when I say questions, I don't mean how are we going to fix the TNPA stuff right now. If it's recommendations on what we need to do or technical things, stuff like that, because TNPA and DDET must still do their presentation. These questions, if we can keep those to relating to the experience and what was presented right now, so that when we deal with how do we fix it from TNPA side, we deal with that in their presentation, please. But with that, I'm going to take hands online now. Going once. Okay, I see one hand from Member van der Westhuizen. Going twice. Okay, I also have a few questions. Okay, Member van der Westhuizen, you may go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to know, we have now looked at logistics. But is there also other risks in terms of once fruit has been packed into a container of perhaps contamination by diseases, etc.? And then we've also heard in the past of the black spot problem, and that may have been affecting our ability to export to certain markets. What is the position? Has that problem been overcome? There was no mention or reference to that, and I obviously wouldn't like us to invest in infrastructure if there are some other external factors that might influence the utilization of any future investment in infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, short and sweet. Anyone else before I ask my essay? Okay, if none. You mentioned that 1 million cartons per day comes through the supply chain in terms of citrus through the port, okay? Now, obviously, those cartons need to be exported. When those are exported, what is the average without delays that are exported from those cartons? And what is the more or less the average with delays? So they can kind of understand when the citrus comes and there's a delay, what is the difference? And then you mentioned that you need 6,000 containers per year to be brought in over the next few years. So I just wanted to find out, is that extra to what the ports have now? Or is that in total per year? Because you indicated that you estimate that there's going to be an increase of 10 million cartons per annum. Okay. You've indicated that there are 5 big access markets that you're currently working with to get these citrus to. Which markets have you tried to gain access to, but you're now struggling through the ports? Perhaps it is a delay at the port, or perhaps it is something that impacts on other ports, but which particular markets want our citrus, but you're struggling, and we can assist with port efficiencies? I couldn't hear you when you said how many vessels circumvent the port. Okay, if you could just repeat that for us, please. And which weeks in the year is your most important? Now, obviously, as a consumer, I know more or less when I buy, but for your
purposes of exporting, which particular weeks from, if we had to say to TNPA, they need to keep a lookout for the Citrus Growers Association coming, which weeks are we telling them? Okay. You've indicated to us how quick the vessels currently move. How quick do you want the vessels to move from the putting the container on the ship or the packing the container and putting it on the ship to the container being delivered where it needs to get? What is your ideal estimate time of transport? Okay. And then lastly is what do you need from us? Okay, what if we've done now this briefing, if we've spoken to TNPA and DDAT and we've spoken to the respective stakeholders, if we've done the oversight, what is the ideal outcome after today? What does the Citrus Growers Association need in order for us to cut unnecessary red tape so that you can export quicker? Give us the list, give us the top 3 things that exactly needs to happen. Okay. And there's a question at the back as well. Is it a question or an answer? Oh, apologies. I thought it was a question as well. I'm going to allow TNPA and DDAT if they have any questions as well, because then I can take all of those for CGA, and then we can go to the next presentations. Do you have a question? You can allow observation. If it is something that you're generally going to include in your presentation, I would prefer that you include it in your presentation. If it is something specifically that we can deal with now in terms of CGA, then I would prefer us doing that now. Okay. Can we go ahead?
I thought the point that Mitchell made about vessels is really important and needs emphasis. The fact that there's almost more cargo that wants to move globally at the moment than what there are vessels available. So what we are finding is favoring the routes where their volumes and where their rates are higher than what South Africa is offering at the moment. It's just how the market works in terms of the preference that the lines give to particular routes. So the only way that South Africa and its fruit exporters can compete in that environment is if we are really super efficient, because we need to almost claim in a space where vessels are currently inadequate to convey world cargo flows. I thought we just need to flag that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Deirdre. My question as well, I think just to add on what you said, if they could be specific to say, you know, this is, I think you've shown the gross crane moves per hour and also other indicators as well. You know, where would you like us to move to? You know, if you can just be specific, so that at least all of us, we are able to say this is where we were and we are able to measure ourselves if we are regressing or we are improving. Thank you, Chair. I think the second one, Chair, that I wanted to ask as well is in the entire, if you can just probably within a minute, just map out, you know, for us, the entire logistic chain from the farm to the packing to the truck, you know, and if I understand it well, into the port, onto the vessel and out, if you can just quickly map that for me. And also, and if there is any possibility for us to really have alignment meetings so that we are all, you know, more aligned and to service you better in the entire value chain. And you know, because sometimes there will be issues of truckers, you know, that are actually in the port. Is that really, you know, an issue, or and how do we then deal with that, you know, and just be specific, you know, do you require us to you know, change our operating times into a 24-hour so that at least the depots and the port are more aligned? If you can just assist us on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So TNPA is also asking, what specifically must we do? Okay. Do you also have a question? Sorry, I saw you reach for the mic.
Wait, okay, I think it's switched on. Good morning. Good morning. My question will be specific. Is there value in bringing containers on the last, say, few hours before the vessel sail? Is there value that we are creating for the industry in bringing containers on the last few hours before vessel sailing? Because there might be ways we can optimize efficiency in bringing containers early. So I just want to know what is that value? And if we were to say we are cutting back in terms of that time, what will be the impact from the growers? If that will translate to increasing the number of volumes, as well as reducing the dwell time of vessels in the port. So is there an opportunity cost that we can derive if we cut back in terms of bringing the containers on the last few hours? Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Member Maseko's hand online.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Just a quick one. I just want to find out with what the Citrus and the Transnet engagement when coming to that, to what an extent is that partnership interacting with each other to sort of establish the needs in advance? I mean, without them seeing each other with the fourth industrial revolution, I think the technology can assist in some of the issues in the preparation of the on annual basis of the demand of what the citrus farmers or any other export products have to go out. Is there something in place from the Transnet side that they make it easy, you know, as an enabler for the for export, for the users to be able to indicate in advance that this is what we are going to need, so that the port can be prepared to receive, whether being by the trucks or whether being the containers that they are going to need? Do they have something in place for the operations to that effect, that it doesn't have to be a prolonged system for the port or for the citrus to say we still have to fill in the forms, or any other system that they have now? Because if we are discussing like now that the challenge that the citrus farmers, they foresee that it might happen, it seems that there is no foundation of the operations of how can they become an enabler for their customers to be able to indicate to the ports what is it they're going to need. Or I'm getting this wrong. If I can get clarity on that basis, Chair, I will appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Maseko. You're not getting that wrong, but that's more a question for Transnet. But I'm going to ask that you please include that when you do your presentation as well. But if there are any recommendations from CGA on Member Maseko's question, if you can include those as well. And the answer mustn't be you must just WhatsApp each other as a belief. Okay. I'll now give over to CGA. You guys can allocate the questions for answering accordingly. But please, how do we fix this? Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll do my best to answer some of the questions, but like a good manager, I'll delegate most of the difficult ones to Mitchell. Committee Member van der Westhuizen's question around contamination in the containers. There's little chance of any spread of disease or pest or anything in the container itself, because there's extensive inspection that takes place before fruit is actually stuffed into the container. So, by the time it goes into the container, it's pretty free of any diseases or pests, and there shouldn't be any additional spread or any likelihood of contamination in the container itself. The second question was around citrus black spot. You'll be happy to know that we don't get citrus black spot in the Western Cape or the Northern Cape, so you're free of that. But your question, I guess, is a bit more widely. Yes, we still have citrus black spot, and yes, it is still an issue in the EU. However, the growers have got their compliance down to a level where we are only getting 4 or 6 interceptions per annum, and that's from 800,000 to 900,000 tons of fruit going into the EU. So it could be 9 pieces of fruit at its lowest. So to a large extent, we have managed to comply with the requirements of the European Union. However, our scientists have proven that that citrus black spot is not transmitted by the fruit. It can be transmitted by leaves, etc. And we obviously don't export leaves; we export fruit. So what we have been asking government, national government for a while, is to lodge a WTO dispute around this issue and go into consultations on that. And we are in discussions with Minister Patel about that matter. And we hope that that will then solve the CBS issue. But Committee Member Panade says, and our bigger issue now is false codling moth, FCM, which unfortunately you do get in the Western Cape. And there we have a FMS, a false codling moth management system, and that reduces the likelihood of any interceptions in the EU, and the numbers have dropped over the years as we've implemented that FMS. So, I don't see the volumes being impacted much, I think, which is the crux of your question in terms of any pest or disease issues that we have going forward. But one never knows, because we're dealing with a natural product, we're dealing with climate, and we're dealing with pests. And we do have one big threat north of us, and that's a disease called Asian greening, or Honlong Bing, and that has devastated industries in South America and in the USA and Florida. So we are watching that with interest, and we've got a Asian greening action committee with the Department of Agriculture, early warning, to ensure that that we have an action plan in place when that does arrive. I'm just looking through the rest of the question. Most of them were sort of technical in terms of logistics, but the one question around additional market access and do the delays in port impact on our ability to access markets, etc. The market access is really a government-to-government negotiation around pest and disease, mitigation treatments, etc., and risk. So the port inefficiencies don't really impact on those negotiations much. They obviously do impact on some of the sort of quality issues around mold on fruit, etc. Because if your fruit's in the container for too long, that can impact on those quality issues. In terms of which weeks are the most important for us, what's happening in the industry is the seasons being spread. So growers are planting earlier maturing and later maturing varieties to try and spread the season as much as possible. So whereas we used to really only get into our season sort of mid-May, we're starting earlier in May now, and even in February and March, in April, we have fruit being exported, more and more fruit being exported. But the crux months for us really are from probably mid-May until mid-August. And as I say, that's being extended outwards because of these late mandarins, which is where a lot of this new growth is coming. So those are sort of the crux period for us in terms of efficiency and volumes. And then just, I know Mitchell will answer the question from Committee Member Maseko around the interaction, and he'll tell you more. But I must say there's one area that we have had really good cooperation with Transnet is in communication. Mitchell sits on, I think, daily port meetings, operational meetings. So he's privy to exactly what's going on there. And that's really important to us, because then we can advise the pack houses. If Mitchell knows that there's a problem in the port, he can advise the pack houses quickly, and they can perhaps slow down the packing, or at least try and alleviate the pressure in the port. So that's really important. And then higher up in the chain, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, the chief executive, Portia Darby, was in Groblersdal with her top executive team, engaging with the citrus industry and discussing similar types of issues and trying to find what the plans were for going forward and what was needed. So definitely there is a lot of communication that takes place at the chief executive level. And then on Friday last week, we had a Zoom call with Minister Gordhan and Minister Didiza with the industry as well. And not only the citrus industry, but with the wider agricultural sector around the port issues, etc. So there is good communication, and you might wonder why we keep pressing. Well, we keep pressing because if something goes wrong, then our 1 million cartons a day start backing up. So we unfortunately like irritating mosquito, and will always be around to irritate until our season is over. So I'll hand across to Mitchell. Hopefully he'll be able to handle most of the rest. Thanks. Thank you.
I sometimes tell companies and businesses I go to and spend money on, but I don't complain because I want you to do better. I complain because I want you to do better. So you mustn't always have mosquito something.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really appreciate what you just said there. It's really good. Just to answer some of your questions, yes, the anticipation of container growth, as I mentioned, last year, the citrus industry exported 82,000 containers. This year, our projection is, as I said, about 6,000 containers additional per annum. So we're up to 92,000 containers, and then 6,000 containers every year subsequent to that, up to my prediction of about 110,000 containers towards 2025. What we do certainly need to do is combine our container forecasts with our other fruit export associations, so we can provide a holistic view of all fruit commodities, because we're all using the same equipment. We're on track with doing that, and we've already discussed having a biannual sort of meeting, cluster meeting with shipping lines and stakeholders, so that we ensure that our estimates are projected so that they can make sure that they supply that. So yeah, so the demand of containers is most certainly going to increase going forward. To quantify some of your question about delays, the best way I can quantify that is probably twofold. And I'm going to ask my colleague Werner to maybe come in, because he's more affair with the latest table grape exports, where there was a lot of delays and issues around quality on that. But if we look at the current vessel movement, and I mentioned on the slide, the particular Europe service, earlier this year, when we did see the delays through our entire port system, it was taking, according to LineNet, when I was doing the analysis, in excess of 30 days for a container which was packed in Durban just to leave Cape Town, and then a further 16 to 18 days to get into the Europe market. So we're talking a combined 46 days for fruit to get to a market from a port in Durban, which should be nothing more than, say, 19, 20 days. So that's just to quantify some of the delays that go into that. And fortunately enough, most citrus kinds can withstand long journeys because the temperature is adequate enough to hold the quality. But certain commodities, and particularly the new varieties of soft citrus, certainly can't handle that duration of shipping. Maybe at the end, Werner can maybe just quantify some of the issues with table growth, because I know that was quite severe, and I'm sure he's better placed to mention that. That's, I think, most relevant for that discussion. The questions to translate around moving to, what we should see as productivity is also, again, twofold. It's obviously aligned to making sure vessels are moving through the ports as quick as possible in terms of what they're scheduled to do, I guess. If we look at, to quantify productivity, we always look at the gross crane moves or ship working hours. As I've mentioned, I personally think we should see an immediate 25% increase in productivity across all our terminals. Not all, in fact. In fact, the Kruger terminal works quite productively. The Durban terminals in Cape Town, most certainly. I mean, international standards, way exceed that. I mean, we can see, we're not talking about South Africa being of the status of major world terminals, which get to 25 to 30, sometimes higher than 30 gross crane moves per hour. But certainly being below 20 gross crane moves per hour is unsatisfactory, I think. We should be moving towards at least an average of 25 gross crane moves, depending on the circumstance of the vessel, which we've seen in the past. We've seen our port terminals operate at those efficient levels. And certainly we can get there, back there again. We need to understand what the challenges are that are prohibiting that. Just to quantify the logistics chain, maybe in a simplified process, obviously, and we welcome, any delegates from Transnet or any delegate for that matter that would like to come and see visibly, obviously the overview of production. I know Wandisa we've taken into area to show physically how the production and export of citrus is materializing from farm level. your first-hand view of that is actually an essential part to understand and quantify the severity and intenseness of this industry. So obviously when the fruit is produced and ready to be harvested, the fruit is collected from trees in the farms and then transported into pack houses, which the fruit is then pushed through the pack house to look at differentiating quality, making sure the bugs and pests are eradicated from that, sizing into specific markets. They're then packed into cartons. Those cartons are then palletized, in most cases put onto trucks, which are then transported down to the ports. Ports have got cold stores, which are lined around the port facilities. They go into those facilities to be accumulated. You might find various farmers' fruit will go into one single container, so they consolidate from different farms for specific markets. And then obviously, depending on the duration of the next voyage, which has been targeted for those specific pallets or that container, the fruit could stay in the cold store anything from 3 days up to 7 days, maybe even longer, depending on the transit time of the vessel. So the containers then move from the empty depots around the ports to the cold store facilities, which then pack that fruit into the containers. The containers are then transported down to the container terminals, such as the Cape Town Container Terminal for export. Those containers are then stacked into specific stacking yards in the container terminal, which are then supplying power to those containers, which then obviously operate the cooling on the container. Containers could be at the terminal for anything 3 days, 4 days. At maximum, we should be seeing them, or Cape Town actually is a bit more than Durban. So they could be in the port for 5 days, 6 days, but the dwell time should be less than 5 or 6 days. And then that's obviously put onto the ships, and then the ships take that fruit to market. I think that's just a very high level overview of the overview. But again, I would encourage you to come and witness some of the production and flows through the Western Cape area. Just coming to the question on it's actually an interesting question. I know there's been a lot of debate about this recently on the supply of last-minute containers to terminals, and I know there was a bit of backlash on some changes that happened recently. You know, and I've said this to Transnet, that we've got to look at trying to distinguish the perfect world for Transnet and the perfect world for customers, and it's always a difficult balance. I'll say on the one hand, yes, you know, particularly for table grapes, you're dealing with a very sensitive product, which has a shelf life much less than citrus. It needs to get to market as soon as possible after being packed. So the table grape, certainly there's pressure to take containers into the terminal at least until the vessel is just about to leave, and then they put the containers on. So they want as much coverage on a vessel as much as possible. But personally, I think that is causing us a detriment in terms of productivity, because it then completely messes up the stacking integrity of containers. The terminal needs to plan specific rows and columns of containers to go onto ships so that the ship can work as productive as possible. You've got to have a cut-off point where you have a last-minute allowance of containers to come in so you can plan. I've been in a planning environment at terminal, and last-minute planning is very problematic, and it causes a lot of disruption to vessel productivity. So I certainly think it's something that maybe terminal management and certainly the industries need to discuss, to see that, you know, you're compromising productivity, you're compromising supply and vessel movement through the port system. So somewhere along, I think a give and take needs to take place on that specific aspect. And then just to allude what Justin says, yes, so we have got very good connectivity with Transnet. You know, with the daily meetings, which has transpired since COVID last year, give us a very good overview of the productivity or operational elements in the ports. We also, through the deciduous season, there's a specific forum with the Western Cape industry and Transnet, which discuss projections, operational challenges. In the citrus season, every Wednesday, in fact, it's happening right at this moment, is the citrus integration meeting, where all of the terminal management from Transnet Freight Rail, as well as our export fraternity, transporters, cold stores, on a single platform, so we can discuss exactly what's going to transpire from a export point of view and how the terminals need to align to make sure they can accommodate that. Those are very, very good sessions. And Chairperson, the comment about WhatsApp, in fact, it's quite interesting that Wandisa, in fact, implemented a WhatsApp group. We had a very problematic year in the Eastern Cape in 2019, Wandisa. We implemented a WhatsApp group going into the 2020 season. And let me tell you something so simple as that has such a profound effect on opening up the supply chain, having communication, information flow right from terminal level. The operations managers in the terminal were conversing with transporters and farmers on a WhatsApp group around operational challenges. And what transformed that, in fact, made 2020 one of the best seasons we've seen in the Eastern Cape, purely from a WhatsApp group point of view. The Western Cape developed the same application this year from I think it was around February. The same thing happens. You have interaction from transporters to terminal. There's this direct communication about any challenge that's happening at that point in time. You get a line of sight of what's happening. It's a fantastic tool. It's so simple as it is, but it has a profound effect on logistics change. I would like to see things like that rolled out across multiple commodity groups because of the benefit we see there. System development is also a very interesting one, and I'm sure Transnet will talk about it. I've encouraged Transnet in a meeting about 3 years ago, saying that I understand that we have a very big challenge with visibility across our logistics chain, and the fruit is just specifically one example, where Transnet don't have line of sight of the logistics chain from when containers are packed coming into terminal. The forecasts that you get from lines are very inaccurate. You're not getting information on specific times the containers are coming to terminal. I mean, how do you even plan an environment like that? You can only plan once you have the container arriving at your door, which is not optimal. Transnet are busy in the process of developing multiple system platforms. In fact, even the Western Cape have actually funded a project happening here in the Western Cape. We might maybe be able to hear a bit more on that. But there's a system being developed called Cargo Connect, which Transnet are in the process of developing right now. And that specifically identifies visibility in the supply chain. So everybody that's in the process of exporting of, say, containers will be on this platform to share information amongst everybody, in particular for Transnet to be more accurate in their planning, which they need, desperately need. So we as an industry and some stakeholders need to supply that information to Transnet to be more productive. And that's busily developing at the moment from Transnet port terminals. Yeah. So I think that basically covers most of the questions I think that were asked. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've now heard they've invited you to see from start to finish how the value chain works, and perhaps invite us as the committee as well, so that the next time you have complaints with each other, then we're going to be like, but we went to go see the value chain. You must now know what the timelines is for packing and for taking the container to the port and for putting it on the vessel. You must now know all of these things. Okay, I'm going to take some follow-ups. If none, I'm going to go on to the next presentation. Going once, going twice, sold. TNPA.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deirdre, and thank you so much to also other honorable members that are in the room and also joining virtually, and also our valued customers. Good morning. I am not going to waste time, Chair. I am just going to hand over. We've got managing executives here who are actually going to indicate who will have to take us through the presentation. But the first presentation is going to be focusing on Cape Town Container Terminal initiatives, and Ms. Wandisa Vazi is going to take us through that, or delegate somebody who is going to take us through that. Following that, I will not come in so that we manage time. Immediately after that, then Andy Swadlanga will then come in, who is the managing executive responsible for, amongst other terminals, the multi-purpose terminal in the Port of Cape Town. She will take us through, or delegate somebody who will then take us through that. Immediately after that, we'll then hand over to Louis. Louis will then take us through the rail-related issues, and then TNPA. I'll then come at the end. Thank you so much. May I hand over, with your permission, Honorable Deirdre, may I? Yes, over to you, Wendy.
All my sins, yes, it is. Good morning, and all protocols observed. Thanks to my CGA colleagues, he has become a very close colleague. I think if I get fired, they can easily get Mitch to replace me in my job. Or Justin, if you fire Mitch, I can easily replace him. And it all came because of the close working relationship that we needed to put in place coming from 2019. The strike of 2019 in the Eastern Cape, we saw that there is no way that we can work in silos. We have to be working together. Mitch and I have been working together all this time, and to what he alluded to earlier on, we've really seen some great strides in the Eastern Cape and how we have been able to improve the Eastern Cape. And I think, and then we moved, for our sins, we both moved to the Western Cape and became actively involved in the Western Cape. And I think we've done phase 1 of what we needed to do, and we've seen the benefits of phase 1. We now need to get to phase 2. And what I mean by phase 2, it can't be Citrus Growers Association and Transnet and TPT alone. There are many more players in the value chain. It's important that we bring everyone together. And when I talk about the members in the value chain, I always call it Team South Africa. We all want to export more fruit from South Africa, and it is not going to happen because TPT and CGA are talking together. We all need to get everyone around the same table so that we have the same key performance indicators. You heard my colleague Ngobile earlier on asking about what's more important. Do you want to export more containers or do you want productivity? And that's a balance that we are really struggling to find, especially in the Western Cape. And since I arrived and also being responsible for container terminal in Cape Town, I've been told of there's a certain thing that they called the Republic of Western Cape way of working. And that's what we've been struggling with. Ngobile and I worked together in the Eastern Cape in Ngqura, and we've managed to put systems in place to turn around Ngqura, and especially for the reefer season. And we're struggling to find this Republic of Western Cape of way of doing things, which is really not trying to balance everyone in the value chain, and hence the question from Ngobile. It's important that we bring in the shipping lines around the same table. We plan together, PPECB, the depots, the harbor carriers, and CGA and Transnet. And those are the key people. What we've done in the past, because we meet way early before the season starts and we start planning, the two of us, but the other parties are not part of that. And we've seen the impact of that, especially starting this financial year and what has happened. We've planned so much, we've increased capacity in the main terminals in South Africa where we thought the vessels should be going to. But we've seen, to Glenn's point that he made earlier on, shipping lines are making their own decisions. Of course, it's understandable. They're running a business. They are going to do what is profitable for them. So they are going to bypass certain terminals. They're going to bypass certain ports because they are making more money in the East. So they want to spend as less time as possible in South Africa. But how do we ensure that they don't bypass the key ports in South Africa where the industry wants to be serviced? There is no way why a shipping line should be bypassing Eastern Cape with all the work that we've done now to capacitate, and they all go flock Durban. Now, all of a sudden, Durban has got a land-side congestion. It's a man-created congestion. So how do we fix those things and ensure that we all come to the party and plan ahead? You talked about SAEX that bypass Cape Town. Currently, there is no reason that SAEX should be bypassing Cape Town because vessels berth on arrival. But because of their own decisions that they need to make as well to ensure that they make as much profit as possible. So they do that. Now, when I say Team South Africa, then this is why I'm saying, then we need to ensure that we all clear what is it that South Africa wants to achieve, and we all play our part to ensure that Team South Africa, during the season, there's a citrus season, there's a table grapes season, we all need to be clear what should be the key performance indicators during this process. What is it that is all important to us, Team South Africa? Because you always allude to the performance of the terminal. You've highlighted the GCH and all of those things. And the reason Ngobile asked what is important, because we are struggling mainly in Cape Town. You are not going to get performance. Yes, it's getting up now. It's averaging the 20s, where we came from in January, where we were doing 15, and we've improved to 20s. He wants to do more because he's done more before, but he is not going to be able to do more if containers are arriving while the vessel is working. You are not going to get productivity. So we need to be able to, as a value chain, all plan together to get maximum productivity and maximum containers that are loaded in the vessels. So that's important. Mpumi, we have scheduled a session with MESC. In fact, on the 2nd of July, we are doing a Gemba walk, which we will invite you and some of your team members to, looking exactly into that, because I know there's class 1, there's class 2, all of those. We understand AVOs need to be right at the very last minute, and we're saying that's fine, but tell us how many AVOs are going to be coming so that we plan accordingly. Container terminals work, the core of container terminals is planning. If planning is not done properly, you are not going to get efficiency. So we need to be able to do more of that so that we plan better. And for me, that is really the most important thing. Yes, I understand, especially the Western Cape industry is really in a panic because of what it went through last year. Western Cape was really impacted by COVID. We saw firsthand how the container terminal was impacted. At some point, it was only operating one vessel at a time. And talking about the complementary system that we have in the system, we were able to divert a lot of volumes from the Western Cape to the Eastern Cape because COVID did not impact Eastern Cape as much as it did in the Eastern Cape. And hence, Citrus Growers Association was able to talk about the 25% more that they exported last year in the midst of COVID. It was the only industry really that was able to grow so much in the midst of all that was happening in South Africa. Now, what do we do now to ensure that the Western Cape does not go through the same pain as it did last year this time? I think we have seen already last year this time, we were doing one vessel at the time. We are still now, since January, maintaining a 3-berth operation. We're working 3 berths. We've managed to learn a bit more about COVID and how do we manage it. Of course, we are all not there perfect. We are, of course, worried about the third wave and how do we do and to manage the third wave so that we don't see the same impact as we saw in the previous year. So that's exactly what keeps us awake at night currently to ensure we don't go back to the same impacts that we had last year. We talked about, because really the container terminal in the Western Cape used to be the best operating terminal in South Africa. And what happened last year, it really changed the perception about container. And we need to revive, we need to regain our position, and we will gladly do so because we are willing to do that. And that's what we want to do. And we understand we are not going to do that on our own. We need to do that with all our partners that we work with. So I'm going to start my presentation. Can we move to the next one, please, Dipua? All right, basically, this is what we are about as Transnet Port Terminals. There are 2 Transnets in the room. There's Transnet National Ports Authority, which is our landlord. We are Transnet Port Terminals. We are the operators of the equipment in the terminals. Where are we now, year to date, in CTCT? Looking at what our operations entail, and you will see on the wheel on the left-hand side, there are a lot of elements that come into the operating, whether the vessel arrives in South Africa or the vessel leaves South Africa. There are elements that are TNPA elements, pilot and all of that, and putting on and making sure the vessel is correctly on berth. We come in and operate, and what do we use? We use the ship-to-shore cranes, we use the rubber tire gantries, we use trucks, we use straddle carriers. And Cape Town is the only terminal really that has that operates both rubber tire gantries and straddle carriers because of the wind and weather elements in Cape Town. And I'll get to that a little bit later on. We're currently sitting with a capacity of 1.4 million when it comes to our equipment. And the current budget for this financial year is just below 800,000 TEUs. So we do have enough capacity. But where we were impacted, we've got 8 STS, they're all operational. We've got 31 RTGs, only 20 is operational currently. We need to make sure we are busy with the refurbishment. We need to make sure come the peak, because Cape Town peaks for the table grapes. Citrus is not really peak. For Cape Town, we peak in the Eastern Cape and in Durban for citrus, but for the Western Cape, the peak is the table grapes. And we need to make sure that come the peak, we have enough RTGs in the Cape Town, and hence we are already busy with the refurbishment program. In the current equipment that we have running currently in Cape Town is enough to handle 1 million TEUs. And we have forecasted for this financial year 800,000 TEUs. So we have enough capacity. We do need to do refurbishments to some of our equipments. We were impacted by COVID because all the spares and the manufacturers of the equipment were also impacted by COVID. So we are, all of us as terminal operators in the world, we are fighting to get the same space. And what we're doing currently is to make sure that we put long-term contracts in place so that the manufacturers know that we want to partner with you, plan for us. We don't only come now and then. We are putting 3 to 5 year contracts in place so that they know our needs in advance and not find ourselves where we were last year. And just looking at where we ended the week, the latest stats that we have for June, we've done 20 GCH, 40 ship working hour, and for the first time in over a year, we've managed to reach the 35 truck turnaround time. And also that was only achievable because of how the industry has come on board to help and work with us when it comes to the land side. We used to talk about trucks and congestion in Cape Town. And I used to feel literally when I arrived in Cape Town and driving into the port in January, I used to feel my life is in danger because I would be driving through the trucks all over the place. You go to a terminal yesterday after the session with the president, you go to the terminal, really, there are no trucks lining up because industry is playing along. Industry is working with us on how we manage the trucks. You're going to get impact only when we have the wind periods and then it picks up and then we are not able to operate for certain hours in a day. But on a normal good weather days, you are not going to get congestion in the terminal because of how we're working. And also the system that we're going to be putting in place, a truck booking system, come September, there will be a truck booking. And we want to implement it in September so that by the time it's the table grapes season, everyone knows how to operate it. Currently, we are looking at in the Western Cape, when it comes to citrus, we are already handling 32% above what we had forecasted. And nationally, in all our terminals at TPT, we are 15% ahead of target. So it looks like it's going to be another bumper season that the CGA has forecasted. We've started okay. We expected June to be already a bumper season, but Justin also alluded to that it's coming on late. The fruit is a little bit smaller, and so the peak is also being delayed. We're hoping to see it come July and August, and then things are going to start going down. Of course, we've prepared for that properly to ensure we are able to handle that. And how did we prepare for it in the Cape Town Container Terminal? We commissioned 4 new RTGs and 4 new straddles in CTCT. And the new RTGs that we commissioned are basically to be able to work in the adverse weather conditions. They've got anti-sway system, and we only position them in the reefer part of the stack. And that then we are able to handle the reefers coming in, even if the wind is high, then those RTGs are able to operate. We also want to try them if we're working the vessel and only the reefers are loading, we'll be able to work with those to feed the vessels because the STS stop at 90 kilometers an hour. So basically, in a nutshell, that's what we did to ensure we prepare for the citrus industry. We are going to get maximum benefits. Yes, they were implemented in January. Table grapes did not benefit a lot because it was only the 2 months. The citrus industry should really be able to see the benefit of that. We've just upgraded our system, which is the Nevis system, which should also assist because we also had a lot of system issues that caused our downtime. Now we've upgraded. Alluded earlier on about the truck booking system that we are putting in place, and we've started already working with the Cape Town team. We will be addressing all the stakeholders and making sure everyone is trained and they know how to work the system. That's a short-term things that we want to do this year. Next year, probably thanks to the president coming to the Western Cape, we've seen our truck staging area that was also scheduled to be later on. Now the plan is to bring that sooner than the 2026 that was planned. So Mpumi, I'm sure Mpumi will touch on that as well. The only way for us in Cape Town to really be able to work and to get back to take Cape Town Container Terminal to its glory days is these sessions that we're having. We have weekly sessions with the industry, but it's always CGA and TPT that are quite vocal in the sessions. We want to bring in the shipping lines to be as vocal. Probably we're bringing the wrong people to the sessions so that they also plan with us ahead of time in order for us to be able to improve our efficiencies. Looking at where we were last year and the previous year, 2019, and just looking at the two KPIs, you look at the truck turnaround KPI. Of course, 2020, in May, in June, we were looking at 63 minutes, 53 minutes. And 2021, we're seeing that starting to go down. I alluded earlier on that for the first time last week, we saw it hitting 35. That's something we want to maintain to make sure that we keep it at 35. And even in the glory days of Cape Town, we've never been able to achieve 35. We've always maintained around 38. So now we've broken a record. We want to keep it there and maintain it at 35. Berthing delays. Talk about vessels bypassing Cape Town. They were bypassing because really we were experiencing berthing delays because of COVID. Just look at under the berthing delays and what we saw in berthing delays in June in Cape Town 2020, 341 hours that we lost in June last year. This year, we are averaging around 36 just for June, yet a month to date, around 36. So you see 2021 and 22 being chalk and cheese. And hence we're saying we are starting to go back. We are improving productivity because we've learned from our mistakes last year. We've learned on how to manage COVID much better than we have in the past. If all comes to fall, how we have structured as Transnet is also important because I am responsible for container and auto sector. I run the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. So we will be able to bring in employees like we did last year and bringing in employees from Durban. We'll be able to bring in employees should Cape Town be hit in a similar fashion like it was last year by COVID, which I doubt we will ever experience that again. We'll be able to bring in some of our employees from the Eastern Cape because we've seen also now the Eastern Cape is not utilized that much because the Safari line is no longer calling the Eastern Cape. Now we have an opportunity then to bring those employees from Ngqura to come and assist us in the Western Cape. Decongestion initiatives that we've been busy with, they are meetings that happen on a regular basis in Cape Town, on a weekly basis in Cape Town. We're starting to talk to our stakeholders. We introduced the WhatsApp system that Mitch was alluding to earlier on. Cape Town market was not really feeling it initially up until they saw a two-way communication is always critical. As an SOE, we don't want to be an SOE that talks and does not get feedback. And what you see with that WhatsApp group is that you are able to get feedback immediately. We are all able to plan around the same thing at the same time. We appreciate the support that we've been getting in those sessions. Cape Town, for the first time, was able to do night runs. The terminal operates 24 hours a day, but what we've seen, the industry predominantly works between 11 and 5. You create a man-made congestion between 11 and 5. If we don't use the whole 24 hours, of course, everyone wants to come between 11 and 5. So hence PPECB is important. The depots are important so that we are able to run the system right through the 24 hours. We really got support towards the end of the grape season in Cape Town, and industry was able to run and do night runs, which we needed to do to evacuate the empties that the industry needed. So we really appreciate that, and we're hoping that that will continue up until we finish the citrus season and take it up again to the grape season. Rail utilization, I'm sure my colleague from TFR will talk about that. We've opened Belcon to assist, especially during the windbound period, that you can still go drop your container in Belcon and then it will be railed to the terminal. We are currently exploring the rail between Eastern Cape and Western Cape, and we are hoping to implement it around January during the peak season of table grapes and also during the peak season of wind in Cape Town. Cape Town is badly impacted by wind between January and March. Now, if you can get a train to be able to run and divert those volumes during that peak wind season between Western Cape and Eastern Cape, it's the same system, it's the same operator that is doing it. At least it will be able to assist with also the berthing delays that we normally experience around that time in Cape Town. We spoke about the truck congestion that we've managed to really clear in the Western Cape. Container terminal efficiencies. This is what now we are getting into, and hence we are going on a Gemba walk with Maersk. We tried to change how we operate and try to find a balance between this Republic of Cape Town way of working and how the other terminals work in order for us to be able to improve productivity. There is no way you are going to get in productivity if you are bringing reefer containers while the vessel is working. You will start the vessel operating 25 GCH when you're discharging. You have to find a balance and do a dual. You have to load, you have to discharge and load. You can't leave loading up until the very last minute. We all know how container terminal is structured. They lay out in city. All reefers are in the West Coast. West Coast is far from where the vessel is. If you are going to leave them up to the very last minute, you are going to see a GCH of 10. When we started talking to the industry to say we need to be able to do a dual, they say, no, it doesn't work for Cape Town. We want to bring them at the very last minute. And we're saying to them, okay, if you want to bring them at the very last minute, then let's write something to the industry to say, for Cape Town, we will continue with the Republic of Cape Town way of working, but this is the productivity that you are going to get, and this is what we are promising the industry. Because you find that you are dealing with two. We want to service the industry, but we are contracted with the shipping lines. I need to be able to work the vessel how the shipping line wants me to work the vessel. Yet at the same time, I need to be able to service the industry. So those are the things that we're looking at, and hence we are doing this Gemba walk on the 2nd of July to ensure that we try to strike that balance. Because Mitch, you will see when you also report, when the vessel comes in, you're reporting a high GCH. Towards the end, the last 2 days or the last day of the vessel, GCH drops. And now we're saying we take the average of that vessel, looking at that drop and that high. We can't drop so much and have high highs and very low lows. We need to be able to strike it in between. And that's what we are working towards. Okay, can we move, ma'am? Expansion of the container terminal. Currently, I did allude earlier on, we are sitting with a capacity for 1 million. Once we've done the refurbishment that we've started, especially for our RTGs, we will go back to be at 1.4 million TEU. We are busy, as I alluded earlier on, to look at resurfacing of the container stack. We are looking at bringing in the truck staging, especially now that we are going to have a truck booking system. We're also going to be investing in AutoGate, which is a similar gate that we have at Mucha container terminal, and the industrial park bridge that will be implemented there. So for now, we have enough capacity. I've seen the forecast. We work very close with CGA. I've seen the forecast of the next few years, and hence we also want to be able to get ourselves to be fully at 1.4 million TEU. And that's where I end for the main container terminal. But before also Andiswa comes in, I alluded to Team South Africa. And when I say Team South Africa, I mean us, CGA, TPT, shipping lines, because we know the pain that you experienced with Amex last year. And the biggest pain was what happened in Durban. And when we contracted this year, because we know how important it is and we know that you want to grow that market, we said to the shipping lines, okay, let's take it to Pier 1 and no longer Point, because in Point we were struggling with equipment. In PE, it's doing fine because we also bought mobile harbor cranes in PE, working with you, looking at the forecast. And we asked them for MX, because it's important, can we take it to City MPT? Because CT, because we knew the challenges that we have at City MPT, and hence Andiswa is working on those with mobile harbor cranes and the straddles that she'll be talking about. But if the shipping line is saying, no, I don't want to do that, then we are going to be impacted by MX. We've learned in Durban. Why are we creating the same thing in Cape Town when we fixed it in Durban? Why are we coming to create it in Cape Town? So that is the core of the party that needs to be in these planning sessions, because you are not going to be able to move cranes around each and every year. It's a cost. We all work for an SOE. It comes with its own PFMA violation issues and all of that. It's a very expensive cost. And then we look like we are not planning also when we move equipment around for each and every year. So it's important that we bring those when we plan and when we do forecast, because we have limited resources. You are not going to have proper equipment in all our terminals. But the key ones that are important to the industry, we need to make sure with the limited resources that we have, they are fully capacitated. I'm going to hand over to Andisu. Thank you so much.
Good morning to everyone and all protocol observed. I think you'll notice that Wandisa said a lot, and mainly because she is a container person. In the introduction, Bumi mentioned that I, Andiswa, is responsible for the multi-purpose terminal amongst other terminals. I'm mainly a person who's handling the bulk commodities. I exist largely in Saldanha and PE for iron ore and manganese. So in Cape Town, I'm responsible for the multi-purpose terminal. Multi-purpose terminal, as it says, we handle different commodities. I do want to highlight that 99.5% of the citrus that we're talking about is mainly handled at the container terminal, which is why Wandisa spoke a lot, and you would notice that I'm probably going to talk just 1% of what we do and handling in regards to the citrus. I'm also very tempted not to go through the entire report. I think Wandisa has touched a lot on what we are busy with, and I'm more than welcome. You are more than welcome to ask me questions if you have gone through the report. It's not going to be a long one. Like I said, containers in the multi-purpose terminal is only 1% of what the industry does. So we mainly do the agri products, and we do a lot of manganese in this terminal, and handle on the combi side of the terminal the containers, of which the Amex line that Wandisa was talking about is calling from this terminal in this season. I think what has been the biggest pain, Chair, with your permission, if you would allow me not to really go into detail with my report, and I'm mostly correct. I think for me, Mitch, Justin, would mainly to address the pain that you've been going through around the terminal. I think Chair also asked earlier on, what is it? What is the objective of today's meeting? What is it that you would want to achieve? What is it that you'd want to get from us? Chair and all the committee members that are here, I want to mention that in this terminal, we have 2 mobile harbor cranes, one of which has reached its lifetime. It's beyond its lifetime, and the other one is also towards reaching its lifetime. These are the mobile harbor cranes that we're using to load the same containers or the reefer containers and any other container business that we do in the multi-purpose terminal. Like Wandisa has mentioned, the investment we have made as Transnet, and the investment happened in PE. Unfortunately, our shipping lines, they are now calling in this terminal in Cape Town multi-purpose terminal. My thinking around that is mainly because the mobile harbor cranes, they are in a position to resist the wind issues that Cape Town would be faced with now and again. However, we have prepared for this year's season, and I think, Mitch, you touched on it 2 weeks ago. My investment, if you look at the first slide that is projected right now, it talks about the equipment that I need and the equipment that I'm using in this terminal. 2 weeks ago, because of the investment plans that we had internally as Transnet, we were supposed to receive the straddle carriers only next year, but I saw an opportunity with a delivery that was made in Durban, and I engaged with my colleague that side, and we managed to relocate of the new straddle carriers that were delivered to Durban, and we brought them to Cape Town. And for one reason, that we wanted to ensure that we are well prepared for the season. And those straddle carriers have since been commissioned. They came fully assembled and commissioned. They are already here in the terminal. If we do the walk today, you will get to see them. They come with new technology, and we are excited. I guess both the land and the water side is fully covered as far as the straddle carriers are concerned. The mobile harbor cranes. There's quite a few things that I'm busy with, working directly. I think, Justin, you touched on that. We've been in several meetings with you together with the GCE, and the latest being the one that we had on Friday, where we mentioned on what we're doing. She's been working very closely with me. We're looking at, I think, if the industry, you get to go to our website. I advertised like 2 weeks ago, and that RFI closed on Monday, the 20th. When was the 22nd? Yesterday. It closed yesterday, where we went out on market trying to get. It was an RFI. To test the market to who has the type of the mobile harbor cranes that we use in the terminal, so that we can lease them for a certain period. In line with that, there are developments internally as well, where we had a ship-to-shore crane that fell into the ocean in PE. We're in the process of replacing that. That will also allow us to relocate the brand new mobile harbor cranes that we have in PE and bring them closer to the Cape Town site. While we're still waiting for that, we're busy trying to go out on market and lease the mobile harbor cranes that can assist us. And I do want to declare openly that the response that we got from the market was only coming from our current OEM that we have, which is Liba. We are also engaging directly with the National Treasury. Last week, I had a meeting with the National Treasury where we were looking for a confinement so that we can bring the OEM on board and go through this leasing process. We also have been engaging even with the banks, and it is a process that we are really giving some velocity to ensure that we finalize all of that during the season. We are pushing to get those leased mobile harbor cranes that will come and assist CDMPT before the end of season. That will also give us the readiness for the table grapes that we've been talking about starting in November. So basically, those are the few things that we're busy with. It has been nothing, and I guess the industry can agree with me, but the issues around the equipment, and I'm mentioning that we are really working tirelessly to ensure that we replace the equipment. I'm also about to finalize an award for the reach stackers that we also use for the mobile harbor cranes. We're working hand in hand with the container terminal. We're part of the truck booking system that is due to be implemented around September this year. Also, I am finalizing with our group chief procurement officer. We have a contract with the OEM that we're using for the mobile harbor cranes. We're gonna piggyback on the contracts that we already have in place. In PE, the acquisition committees are due to sit probably by the end of this week. We want to extend that same contract with the OEM so that we can have spares in place for these equipments that we are using. We do that solely to ensure that we continue with the maintenance of the equipment. I'm not sure if the industry has been watching the current performance, Glenn, of the current mobile harbor cranes. The last time we had the failures, it was early May. The engineers internally have been working tirelessly to ensure that we keep them running. The only thing I can say to the industry at this point in time is that I'm actually waiting for vessels. I'm dry. The last vessel I had was on the 17th of May, and I'm expecting to get one tomorrow. As for the Amex, I'm expecting one only end of the month, end of June. So I don't have any vessels that are calling at City MPT that are probably waiting outside at the anchorage to come into the terminal because of congestions and breakdowns at this point in time. We are doing that, and we are watching closely the performance, is particularly the one of the Amex line that is calling from City MPT. One thing I can promise the industry is that we're not going to have any delays. Also, we have gone as far as ensuring that we've got 2 beds available for the citrus season, and whatever vessel that is calling from City MPT, we will forever have those two beds. If we have vessels that are coming with gears, and we're also gonna deploy them, split our machines and ensure that we work both with ship gears and the machines that we have, and we can work on 2 beds at any given time. So those are the things that we are busy with. So, and I'm also going on a 3-year contract with the OEM. There's been intellectual property issues with the OEM, whereby we cannot go to the programming of the machines, and the engineers, they get to a point whereby they cannot really do some of the things that they need to do on the machines. So currently, we are also contracting directly with the OEM, which is the confinement discussions that I've been having with the National Treasury, to ensure that we get into their programming system, and they train our people, and they give us the rights. And those are the things that we are busy doing. And that if we get those rights, it will also allow us to maintain these machines more efficiently and more effectively. And we are busy with the project where we are rehabilitating the quay wall, working with the National Port Authority. The project has since started already, and we're due to finalize that by August. And yeah, and I think on the rail side, whenever we decide to bring rail from wherever, according to the value chain, and to the terminal, we also are rehabilitating the rail facility. Maybe sooner or later, we can talk about bringing trains with citrus boxes, and we also have increased our plug points in the terminal to ensure that we can stack more boxes in the terminal and accommodate the river season. Other than that, I think that's mainly the pain points that the industry has been experiencing from the City MPT side. Like I said, my airtime is not going to be much because I am that 1% lady in this industry. And thank you so much. I'll take questions.
Thank you so much. Before we take questions, I am going to allow for a quick break, because unlike when I'm at home, I can't just quickly run to the bathroom and put you guys on 100% loud. But the delegation lead just want to have a say quickly, and then I'm going to say something, and then we can quickly take a short break.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Deirdre. There's just one more from TFR and from TNPA, unless you would like to also have those presentation after break. It's not going to take long. I think Louis has got just 2 slides. I also have 2 slides.
Is it 4 slides in total?
Yes.
So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do it now.
Awesome. Louis?
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. My presentation is based on our Belcon terminal, back of port facility in close proximity to the Port of Cape Town. The current capacity of this terminal is based at 96,000 TEUs, but that is purely based on the current working method, which is a 5-day week working, and the hours is only between 6 until 22:30 in the evening. This capacity can be increased from 96 up to 201, more than 200,000 TEUs on a per annum, if the terminal go to a 24/7 operation. So there is huge capacity that we can open up there. The current handling equipment, we've got 3 reach stackers, and then there's 2 haulers. I want to touch based on some initiatives, successful initiatives. We're currently running 10,000 TEUs per annum for the FMCG market. Our biggest customer there is DSV Shoprite. And then we've also implemented a successful reefer service with the customer Mask and United Logistics. This service started in February, and we've already railed more than 600 TEUs. The current export demand is for 19 trains, and there's huge opportunity to increase this reefer service to the port of Cape Town. Some key initiatives that we are already embarked upon is creating the Elgin Reefer project, which we earmarked to transport 5 trains per week. The Uppington Granite and Raisins, we earmarked 2 trains per week, and then the Klaver Vredendal, where we embark on 5 trains a week. Site visits were done, and then capital investments were also concluded on that side. Another initiative is the Orchard Worcester Reefer service, and there we focus also improving 5 trains per week. If I can go over to some key focus areas, we really want to grow market share, thus increasing containerized and branch line traffic. We've started to move away from conventional vacuum brake trains, moving to a faster and a safer brake system, which is air brake trains. My colleague touched on the rail line between Bellville and PE via George. So we've already embarked upon crew competency in that areas. We've also run a successful air brake train. We're just waiting now on RSR approval. This train was the first in the history running from Worcester all the way down to Swellendam, where we transported vacuum air brake wagons from the port of Cape Town to our customer siding in Swellendam. So the move clearly for us is to running longer and heavier trains, creating immediate capacity. And I've mentioned the move from running the conventional vacuum brake trains to an air brake train, which is a faster and safer train, because on your vacuum brake trains, your maximum wagons per train is only 40 wagons per train. So on the air brake trains, we plan to increase from 40 wagons to 80 wagons, thus double up capacity immediately and creating more opportunities, slot opportunities on the Cape Main Line, and then increase container services between Cape Town and the Reef. And then with this reefer capacity that we need to unlock, we want to grow agricultural volumes in the Cape region. So in short, that is what key initiatives on TFR side, and we would really like to commit our support in with this back of port facility to assist.
Thank you so much, Louis. Mine is only going to take 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member Tetre. For me, it's just because for any terminal to be efficient, I, as TNPA, needs to have enough tugs. I need to have enough marine fleet for me to be able to service them. And the port, by its nature, requires minimum, 3 tugs to be available to service the vessels. And most of the time, the vessels that are actually calling it MPT in Andy's terminal, they require 2 tugs because of the smaller sizes. But the ones that are calling it the Cape Town Container Terminal, because they are long and they also require, more especially if there's also wind challenges, we require minimum 2 to 3 tugs. So at any given point in time, the Port of Cape Town must have minimum 3 tugs. But what we have done is to ensure that at least we've got minimum 4 tugs, so that if there is any emergency in one of the tugs, we are able to take the one that's a spare capacity. So in terms of that, we are doing very well. It's only in April where we had challenges, and there's one vessel that was delayed, which was Maersk vessel. But as of now, we are really doing well. We've got one of our tugs that was in East London that also came back, Tug Mellot. She is back in commission now. So we've got minimum 4 tugs in the port. And moving on as well, I would just like to give feedback as well in terms of the other challenges. I think Wendy and Andiswa, they've mentioned the fact that, and also Justin and Michelle, they've mentioned the fact that there are serious weather-related challenges in the port. And unfortunately, with the wind, there's just nothing that we can do. And with fog, and I think, Captain, we were listening to what other ports are using to really deal with fog, because it's a new phenomenon that is actually coming up. But with the last one being, just 1 minute, ma'am, with the last one being the surging and the ranging of vessel, we are currently now doing valuations, tender valuations, and we are hoping that by the end of July, we will have an agreement in place, and we'll then start the process of, and we're told that by the manufacturer that it will take 6 months for them to manufacture the equipment and then bring and install it in the port. Initially, we had thought that it was going to be an off-shelf equipment, but unfortunately, that did not tend to be an off-the-shelf kind of procurement equipment. So in terms of long waves, before you know it, I think that one, we've got handle over it. We are not only procuring for Port of Cape Town, it's 2 units for the Port of Cape Town at CTCT, and also not 2 units, it's 4 units, because per berth you need to install 2 and 2. So it's 4 units for the Port of Cape Town and 4 units for NCT. NCT. And the last one as well is the truck staging facility. I think Wandisa has indicated that the GCE made yesterday an announcement. It was initially at 2026. The GCE wanted us to expedite this project, and we're going to expedite this. Maybe we're going to need assistance, but we'll be working with you, Glenn, because critical for this facility to work is going to require a bridge from Peepside moving over the R27 into the port. So we're going to require, maybe we're going to need some authorization, and we're going to be working closely with you to actually ensure that whatever authorization that we can get, it can be expedited. We're currently having an internal discussion for the land acquisition. We're also engaging the city. Honorable Chair, I think that is all from my side. It was just on 3 things: the truck staging facility, where are we with dealing with the mooring system, and also the status of our truck. So we're really ready to service our customers for the season. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. But before we do so, Ms. Vasi, don't call us the Republic of the Western Cape. Because when he calls himself a mosquito, I must correct him. Because otherwise, we are all going to start calling them mosquitoes, and they're not mosquitoes. They are a customer who's paying for a service. And the same way, we can't be calling respective provinces republics of this and republics of that. Because actually, in fact, in the port survey of international, the city of Cape Town Port, despite it being at the bottom of the list international, was still better than the other ports in South Africa. So if there's a problem, if there's, for example, something at Durban we can learn, yes, let's implement it here. If there's something from the Eastern Cape we can learn from that port, and I'm originally from Kaibega, which was originally Port Elizabeth. I was born in Port Elizabeth. Now I'm born and bred from Kaibega. So
I was highlighting the resistance of
no,
that.
it's okay. We don't need to become defensive. Me also, I need to correct myself when I also say certain things. But we need to, for example, say, okay, if we're doing something nice, then we must implement it other places. And if those ports are doing things that we can implement here that's going to increase the productivity or the increased containers, then we must do it also here so that we can all become better. Because despite the Port of Cape Town still being higher on that list than the other ports, it is still at the bottom of the international list. So we need to all work better for that Team South Africa that you were speaking about. But with that, we're going to go on a quick 10-minute break. What is the time now? So we're back at 10:43. Perfect. Thank you, guys. because we have bigger delegations in the chambers or in the committees, and when the change of hybrid and online, if you're logging on at home, you can actually just take a 5 or 10 minute break quickly. But let's just quickly wait for everyone to arrive back from having their bathroom break and having a cup of coffee. For those who are online, if you are at home, you can quickly also run to grab that last cup of coffee and, walk back from the store with the cup of milk quickly, and then we'll start. Thanks. Straight to the DDAT presentation. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of the TNPA, Transnet questions and DDAT questions from people at the same time. Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, all the very important people. Good morning and thank you for your attention. It seems like there's a bit of a feedback. I will mute. Sure, I've muted on the laptop and I'll keep the mic on. Madam Chair, the purpose is to reflect on the journey that we have passed, that we have come on. It's fascinating to listen to my colleagues speaking this morning. I think we've covered an important stage. To just turn the mic on my computer off, it seems as if it's repeating on my computer. And it's as if the stage that lies ahead is going to be as exciting as the one before. So I'd like to reflect a bit on that and then focus on the priorities that have come out from our engagements until now. Can everybody hear me clearly? And then build on the challenges to consider the way forward. So, Chair, this conversation that we've heard, especially from CGA, was fairly intense in 2019, middle of 2019. Western Cape came through 2 or 3 years of drought, and agriculture production was constrained by it. You even saw it in the figures that Mitchell presented on citrus. And then 2018 was a really good year. And the 2019 fruit exports were considerably higher than what they were before. And Premier Windy, Minister Mania, Minister Meyer were all approached by different representative organizations of exporters, even importers, and they became increasingly concerned about the capacity of Port of Cape Town to convey the cargo that was growing. So I might just need to point to the context of the close relationship between economic growth and trade, and in the Western Cape context, most of that trade is maritime based. And all maritime cargo in the Western Cape goes through the Port of Cape Town. So the concern from the political heads in the Western Cape, not because they were a republic of the Western Cape, but because they were really concerned about promoting economic growth, creating jobs, and understanding that the port would be a critical constraint on that growth happening or not happening, on export orders that are available to the Western Cape. On exports from the Western Cape that could flow or could not flow. So Minister Mania asked me to start engaging with the logistics chain, exactly like Wandisa was saying. The port logistics chain is complex. It starts with exporters and it goes to freight forwarders, and the exporters are fruit farmers, particularly in the Western Cape. They're the major exporters. Then we get to wine, then we get to frozen fish, and then a whole bunch of smaller commodities from there. And then we get to the transporters. Of course, Transnet with its different operating divisions is at the core of this logistics chain, but there are many other government departments as well. And then we get the entire import leg. So our first engagement as the Department of Economic Development was to tap into the collective wisdom of this entire chain. And I was given approval to arrange what we call the Port Stakeholder Workshop, which happened in December 2019. My trusted colleague and friend Mpumi will remember when we walked into that room 5th of December 2019, there was massive tension. There was very little trust in the logistics chain. In fact, aggression levels were very high. People were angry for very many different reasons. We had to calm everyone down even before we started speaking. But when we walked out of that first stakeholder workshop, there was a willingness to collaborate. There was a sense of sufficient common space to work on, to create this, what Mpumi always calls a globally world-class competitive port in Cape Town, global best performance indicator levels. So there was agreement when we walked out of that room on what the priorities were going forward, and that comes back to your question, Chair, what would be the main issues to focus on? 7 priorities emerged from that workshop, and there was a task team that was formed during that workshop, representative from all these major agencies in the logistics chain, from the exporters, all the operating divisions of Transnet. The only regret that I have is that we did not involve TFR from the start. Within Transnet, we focused on TNPA and TPT, although at that time we were mindful of our own limitations. But thinking back, I think TFR should have had a space at the table at that time. And Werner, who is sitting here, represented the fruit exporters, although we very soon started engaging with CGA. And it was my privilege to be the convener of that task team. And very quickly, that spirit of anger, thank God, was transformed and became a spirit of collaboration. The institutional vacuum that was in the port logistics chain. So this myriad of agencies, like Wandisa was saying, everybody operating in their own space, some better and some not so well, but no structure or system to coordinate the chain. So there was if you like, a leadership or an institutional vacuum above the chain. So the chain was never optimized if you sit and you look back to what the situation was. And the last thing that came out of the December 2019 workshop was an agreement, a sense that that should be an annual event, so that there would be report back on progress with the priorities agreed upon from the task team and a resetting of new priorities going forward. So a sort of a review of whatever happened. Chair, let me then say that in summary, as we walked out, there was the sense that the institutional vacuum needed to be addressed, that the disequilibrium at the time, and I'll come back to this point, between what I call the supply and demand of port services. So Transnet, both in TNPA, but more particularly in TPT, was able to offer a particular level of service that to some extent was adequate up until 2018, but with that rapid rise in export or demand for exports, that level of service was no longer adequate. And if you listen to what Mitch was explaining, that rapid growth is not just limited to one jump from 2018 to 2019. There are cultivars that FPEF can tell us about, especially on the table grape side, but now we're seeing on the citrus side as well. There are new cultivars coming into production that are just yielding in the order of magnitude of 20% higher crops every year than the previous year. So that speaks to a very dynamic understanding, an arrangement with TPT about how service levels need to increase. If we were struggling to process the 2019 and 2020 cargoes, I take my hat off to how we processed the 2021 table grapes, because they were 20% higher than last year, and it's not going to stop at this. But I'll come back to the equilibrium between supply and demand. And in a sense, a lot of this disequilibrium manifested on the transporters, because they were the ones who got stuck in the queues. They were the ones who could no longer afford to keep their trucks running because they could only deliver one container a day. So, Chair, let me hasten in the few minutes I've got left the 7 priorities that emerged from the first stakeholder workshop. And you will appreciate now how the entire conversation this morning and all the presentations, even the questions that were raised, you'll find that they have expression in these 7 priorities. The first one was data integration for improved management efficiency. So the understanding that there are pockets of incredibly important data, like what Mitchell was giving us on the citrus. Similarly, there are pockets of data on the table grape side. There's even information on the import side that is not available to the logistics chain at this stage. It sits in that particular agency. There's incredibly important information in TPT about what its capacity is on a daily basis to service. And as the terminal manager and I have just discussed, when you really get to whether you hit the rock on terminal planning, daily planning is inadequate. You've got to understand from hour to hour how many containers arrive and what your equipment capacity is to deal with peaks, or how you manage when you've lost 2 days through as a result of wind, because those containers have still come in. They are stacked up. So how we integrate that data, or even allow each other to get line of sight of each other's data, was a big priority. Then synchronizing the logistics chain, coming back to Mpumi's question of understanding how does that process work just on the citrus. So a trucker picks up an empty container from the empty depot, he goes to the pack house, picks up a full container, drives to the terminal where he has to be unloaded, and then he hopes to get back to the empty container for another trip. Otherwise, he won't have made enough money with one delivery to pay off his truck. But if by then the container terminal is already closed, or was not open long enough for him to get back to the pack house, he cannot complete a trip. So we needed to start working on how we manage those working hours. All the agencies in the logistics chain are happy to work with us. They just say the volumes have to justify longer hours. And this brings me back to Mr. Ndlobo's question about delivering on the last day. We'll get to that as well. And then our third priority was facilitating improvements in the truck flow. And it comes back to the question that Wandisa was speaking and Mpumi about the truck staging area, how we can work not just on the technical side or the civil engineering side, but even the behavior of the truckers themselves. The fourth priority was the improved communication. Where we sat in 2019, we did not have the systems that we have now with the WhatsApps and the meetings that Mpumi has every week, but I'll come back to that. The communication was flowing only in one direction, and it was very stochastic. It was not real time or even continuous. Fifth priority was port equipment augmentation. So as we sat there with the increasing numbers of cargo that wanted to flow, the equipment that was available at the time was inadequate. And Chair, it's almost like a computer, so it doesn't help you've got enough ship-to-shore cranes if your RTGs cannot service your cranes or vice versa. Doesn't help you've got the world of memory in your computer if your processor is too slow. The entire equipment fleet has to be synced, and that was a part of the problem. And then the sixth priority was expediting the upgrade of Navis. That was raised a few times before. It's the commercial software that all ports run on and enable all ports to communicate with each other and everyone in the logistics chain to also communicate. And the last issue was understanding the cost of doing business and systematically reducing that so that Port of Cape Town can be a conduit for the potential for fruit farmers to export, importers to bring whatever they want to bring into the manufacturing sector can grow. So there was a lot of focus required on understanding not only the cost of a service, but the revenue lost if a service is not provided, like, for example, a vessel bypasses Cape Town. There's a massive cost involved because then the port fees, cargo dues, everything that you could have charged, terminal handling fees, are then lost, not just to Transnet, but lost to the economy as well. Chair, we don't have enough time to go into detail on the progress since December 2019, but let me just fly you through this. We worked with Werner here and we established the beginnings of what I call a predictive model that we have already presented to Wandisa and to Mpumi. A predictive model that will enable them to understand from hour to hour what containers will be arriving with what commodity in. And there were so many discoveries on that journey we don't have time for now, but when you begin to develop a model like that, your first challenge is to clean the data you've got before you can even integrate it. I think we've taken a huge step forward with that. On the fruit side, we want to now add wine exports to that model and then systematically build it up until obviously Mr. Ndlovu will walk with us every step. Oscar walked with us on the previous stage of the journey every step, so that he is then able to align his terminal management process with intelligence on what containers are likely to arrive every hour from every day, and then adjust it when he gets a bad day for weather. We even want to add a weather module to that because we believe that there are mitigating interventions we can take to reduce the disruptive effect of bad weather. We've gone a long way on the synchronization, but we still need to go a long way. Some of the agencies in the port logistics chain play their cards very close to their chests. But as we are developing this trust and this sense of collaboration, we are finding traction and we are finding progress. We've done the first deep dive as looking at it from a transporter perspective, but we'd like to go much deeper and focus. Our next focus is going to be on the empty container terminals. We share CGA's concern about empty container shortage and how that would appear to be a very minor part of the logistics chain can actually trip the whole import and export promotion process. On the truck improvement priority, we've done a root cause analysis. We are beginning to understand the complexity of not just the system for receiving the trucks, but the truck behavior themselves, even registration with trucker organizations and the benefits that lie in that. And I want to take my hat off to my colleague Chepo. He's in the gallery. He's the chair of our subcommittee for this, and we've made huge strides. It's obviously linked to the synchronization process, but still a lot of work to be done on this. Even from the TNPA security side, ma'am, I must lift my hat to Ashad. He's really come to the party and helped us to, even with inspections on unroadworthy trucks. So I think on a broad front, we're beginning to make progress with that. One of the proudest I am is on the improved communications. Mitchell, I'm sorry I keep referring to your name, but those WhatsApp groups have made a huge effect. A transporter can sit at night. I'm also on that WhatsApp group at a night shift. He's got the container on his back. There isn't an RTG to offload him. He WhatsApps the shift supervisor. Within a half an hour, that shift supervisor responds, sends an equipment, gets his container off, and he can exit the port. It's made a huge impact. And then, ma'am, to yourself for the weekly meetings. So the whole logistics chain sits in a Thursday operations coordination meeting chaired by port manager, and if she cannot be there, by harbour master. And it's massive, the impact that that's having. People raise their issues, it gets dealt with right there and there. The more strategic issues, we've now escalated to a Tuesday strategy meeting. And the fact that we can sit here and talk about progress is largely due to those cogs that have built, those building stones, those stepping stones that have been put in place. Port equipment augmentation, I must say, Andiswa, what you were saying to standing committee was music to my ears. We did have conversations about how Western Cape government can assist. We were challenged by procurement frameworks that were not really in place. We were very concerned about the RTGs in particular and the mobile harbour crane in MPT. And we love to see how things are beginning to put in place to deal with it. I'm extremely happy to meet our TFR colleagues. I've often spoken to them, especially to Reggie. We are concerned on the Balcon side that structural civil issues are in place. Even the mechanical equipment is in place, the trains are there, but the commercial value proposition, we are worried that that is not fully explored and fully marketed. And we'd be very happy to provide any assistance we can, even possibly link with relevant customers. I'm very encouraged by that priority with the Elgin reefers and even with the fast-moving consumer goods. I think that's the right way to go. But I think, Chair, critically, the important step now is to build on the civil and the mechanical infrastructure in place and put the commercial dynamics in place to make that sub-logistics chain fit into the complex cog of the rest of the port logistics chain. On the expediting of the upgrade, I can again lift my hat to TPT. I think Ebi Salasa and his guys have done a huge amount of work. Navis software has been upgraded, and even the hardware, the network hardware that was wanting is essentially improved. Estimating the cost of business, I've now been given some support, so I've assigned a team to systematically start working on that. Mpumi has given me their tariff book. I've got the TPT tariff book, and even the ports regulator has done some work on this, so we hope shortly to be able to unpack what the cost of doing business is and quantify it at the different stages of the logistics chain. Chair, so then we had the December 2020 stakeholder workshop. We reported back that's progress I've just shared with you, and we were given 6 new priorities in addition to the 7. The first was, and you will understand it in the context of the whole conversation this morning, is concern about strategy alignment. So within Western Cape Government, we have 3 different departments working in the Port of Cape Town, DDAT and transport and public works and agriculture. There's a desire for those departments to come together and consolidate the strategic position with reference to the port. Within Transnet, and I can even see since we started working 2019 how the operating divisions in Transnet are working closely together, but there is still, despite the strategy that they now look through the value chain, there still is some opportunities for improving integration among the different operating divisions with respect to the port and then the city of Cape Town as well. Their position, their strategic position and their operational engagement is not yet as fully aligned as we are hoping. So this first priority, I've already engaged with Mpumi on this, is going to be for those agencies to be brought together, align their strategies so that as institutions, the different levels of government departments and SOE can then engage from a common platform with industry in the port logistics chain in a meaningful way. Then the second priority is unlocking the economic growth potential in ship repair in Port of Cape Town. Industry believes that there's more business that can come to Port of Cape Town than what the facilities can currently accommodate. So we're having a mini stakeholder workshop on the 7th of July, on the 9th of July, to bring those parties together to establish common ground. And we'll do a similar exercise, get priorities out of that with the task team to manage it. Optimizing economic utilization of commercial property. It was fascinating how Group Chief Executive also spoke about this yesterday. Mpumi and I've had a first conversation, and her recommendation was that we feed that into the strategy alignment session. But Mpumi, you and I will still further discuss that in our own strategy conversations. Then Balcon was the fourth priority out of the last port strategy workshop, stakeholder workshop. And then Reggie, we appreciate everything you've done this far, but there's a sense in industry as well that Balcon can step up a level, that technically everything is in place, but commercially there's a lot of ground that can be won, and that possibly Balcon might not be the only inland terminal, but there may be value in considering a second inland terminal, taking the heat out of transport, heavy transport movements into the CBD, rather offloading those containers back of port, if you like, or even 40 kilometers away, and then railing them in on a corridor that doesn't impact on road traffic. Priority 5 was advanced skills development. I think on this, we've made the least progress. And it's obviously you cannot just walk into somebody else's space and say, we suggest you improve your skills, because this is obviously a very much a Transnet issues, although even skills development among transporters is a critical thing. The way people drive in the port is a critical issue. So we'd like to take this thought of advanced skills development further and get an understanding, if we are to be a world-class port, what then is the skill standard that world-class ports require and aspire for us in the whole logistics chain to develop and acquire and manifest those skills, and that our training centers be developed accordingly to be able to deliver on those skills. And then the last priority that came out is this idea of having a selected number of performance indicators that everybody in the logistics chain agrees upon and everybody works according to. And that I was so encouraged yesterday when Mpumi said essentially those three are berthing time, ship turnaround time, and cost of doing business. So if we can begin to get an understanding within our logistics chain what those essential indicators are, all of us make sure we populate them, we monitor them, and we achieve to improve them. The president challenged us yesterday to say, how quickly are we going to get Port of Cape Town up on that World Bank index of global container terminals. Chair, my second last slide to say the challenges. Ports are complex systems. We really appreciate conversations like this, but I can say to you that there probably is no person in the world who can walk into a port and just say, point a finger and say this or that has to be changed. Ports fit into other ports. Their schedules have to be linked even within the port. It's really complex how the port owner, the port authority and the terminal operators work together, even within the terminal, how that works, how that operates on the land side, the water side. We need to understand that complexity and approach this challenge with humility. And then a second challenge is that the volumes of cargo that want to move originates in the private sector, and it's driven by things like better cultivars of grapes and of citrus and tastes and preferences among customers that shift over time. So it's a very dynamic concept, understanding how market demand changes. COVID is causing massive rises in demand in Africa for citrus to improve the ability to deal with infections. And those are part of what we are seeing in the increase in demand. But developing a fleet in a terminal is what we call lumpy. You cannot just quickly add a crane. Terminals don't work like that. So how you synchronize demand and supply is part of the complexity and part of the conversations that are required. And then how these volumes are growing is, I think, is our challenge. It's a very pleasant or a very good challenge to have rather than the opposite. And Chair, I must say that is really encouraging how the willingness to collaborate and find common space has grown in the last 2 years. But as we sit here, strategies among the agencies are not yet fully aligned. And then the fifth challenge was some concern expressed by the regulator about current tariffs. There was concern about TNPA and TPT, the way the organization structure was in the past. But yesterday, the president announced groundbreaking announcement about the corporatization of TNPA. Minister Mania touched on that. And then I must say, and I have mentioned it to Wandisa, that business is extremely concerned about what looks like an exodus of senior management in the container terminal. I know Wandisa has it in hand, but I think if anything, perhaps we need to communicate more about that. So Chair, the last slide, way forward from a DDAT perspective and a Western Cape government perspective. As Minister Mania said, he is committed, and the Western Cape government is committed to collaborating with Port of Cape Town, with Transnet, with the entire logistics chain, chipping in where we can to improve efficiency, being part of this organization of agencies. And in that sense, we note that Operation Vulindlela has a few priorities for the port system, and Western Cape will be very happy to work with Vulindlela and with Transnet management and with the whole logistics chain. We'd like to expedite the strategy alignment among agencies as far as we can, perhaps just create the spaces and the opportunities for that. We really encourage the process initiated by TPT and the Chief Executive, Mr. Dube, to find professional terminal operator partners. We will support him wherever we can in that. And then where it's necessary, and on top of the logistics chain, where there is no leadership yet, Western Cape is willing to step in, build that common space, and create the rallying cry around objectives that are shared, like economic growth, job creation, investment, promotion, and reduced cost of doing business. So in closing, Chair, we believe that these 4 areas provide sufficient common ground for collaboration and for the agencies to work together. Every agency will obviously still have their private issues to deal with, they're competitive issues, but within competition, there is space for cooperation, and that's where Western Cape government would like to play its role to make sure that that cooperative space is maximized and filled. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much. With those two presentations, I'm sure there are going to be lots and lots of questions. So I'm going to take questions online first. If members could just put up their hands if they would like to ask a question to Transnet or one of the entities specifically, and or to DDAT. I see member van der Westhuizen's hand. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'll go after member van der Westhuizen. Okay, now I see member Kondlo's hand. So van der Westhuizen, Kondlo. And just remember earlier, member Maseko also had a communication question, please. I know CGA answered the communication question, but if Transnet can also just deal with that particular question. So in that order then, van der Westhuizen and Kondlo, and then I'll ask my questions afterwards. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, and thank you very much to the presenters. And I want to emphasize what I think it was in this last presentation. Was it Mr. Steyn said that ports are complex organizations or complex structures, and I've really this morning just become aware of that fact, and that it's a whole chain of flow of items that need to be speaking to one another and that need to be aligned. And reminds me very much of an assembly line in a factory where if one of the stations in that assembly line has got a problem, then obviously the whole line would come to a standstill. Chair, one of the things which is outside of anyone's control is the Cape Town weather, and the representatives of the Port Authority referred to that. And my question is just, I accept that, and we do know that as ships get bigger and bigger and cranes need to be higher and higher, that in a sense that problem is probably aggravated. On the other hand, I would like to think that technology and improved design of equipment might help us to overcome this problem to some extent. I quite accept that no equipment would be able to handle, extreme atmospheric conditions. But my question is, to what extent would we be able to equip the Cape Town Harbour with equipment that is specifically designed for harbours that experience such strong winds? And surely Cape Town Harbour cannot be the only one in the world that is prone to these kinds of conditions. Are there any progress in this regard? I don't know, perhaps you could refer to the wind strengths that you could handle in previous decades and that the port is able to handle now. But please, if you could help us with that. My second question is in terms of the flow of cargo. To what extent, if there is a problem, and there was reference made often to the communication channel, to what extent is that already in place, where should there be a problem such as a harbour closure due to strong winds for 2 or 3 days, that message can already be forwarded or sent backwards to the packing sheds and to the farmers that are harvesting it, etc. So that if fruit needs to be on the tree or in the vineyard for a few extra days, 2, 3 extra days, not to be subjected to decay or aging or unnecessary delays once it's been harvested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope you can hear me. Okay. You are just far. I can't hear you properly. My questions are as follows, Chair. I think I want to appreciate, especially I think the last presentation from the department, because it kind of helped me to understand, I think, where we are and the challenges that we are dealing with at this point. And I think I wanted and was understanding very well from a problem statement, the meaning referenced by Transnet about the Republic of Western Cape, because I think it's a relationship issue, it's a culture issue that must be raised openly so that we deal with it in terms of how we create that team SA, so that if at this point we are not there, I don't think we must shy away from the current realities or ways in which we relate to each other. And thereby, I think at some point I got to a conversation as I was listening that between Transnet and the fruit growers were dealing or were sitting here like people who are asked to mediate between contending parties. So I just wanted to say that at first, and agree with Member van Versthuizen that indeed, you know, for me, I was looking at this as more of a systems approach, and to say if any of the subparts are not working, the system is not going to work. So surely this conversation that was started with the task team established, I think as we see now, and also Transnet agrees that there's been some level of improvement in terms of communicating understandings, in terms of understanding where others are coming from, the WhatsApp that has improved things, which I think is appreciated. So I think in building that team SA and that working environment, considering where the South African ports are at, because obviously they are not at a world level, and we understand that particular reality, that to get there, I think this relationship would have to be, you know, supported. So in trying to understand that, Chair, some elements into this conversation, let me ask from Transnet. Transnet speaks about, I think this was explained, I think also by the last presentation of the department, but I was actually wanting to understand this concept of more ships versus productivity. If maybe I think Wandisa can maybe educate a person like myself, and we must be pardoned, I think, in this conversation, because I think technocrats or technical people at times, they will speak as if we all understand, you know, their own operating environment. But I was interested to understand what would be the trade-offs if one considers this somewhat imbalance between more ships and productivity, and what is the balance required, and is that being worked toward at this point? And I think there was a lot about a man-created congestion. And I think also some of the elements of the presentation spoke to what is being done to sort of release the congestion or to deal with that. And I'm happy with some of the things that have been reported to us. Amongst others, I think the issue, which I think this goes to the industry, is the question about the hours given the operation times, which is 24 hours of the terminal, and the fact that the industry operates between 11 a.m. to 5, and yes, there is improvement. I would like just maybe the industry to indicate to us what would be the current challenges for them to operate 24 hours. Are there any particular industry hindrances for them to sort of take the opportunity of the lost hours in that 24 hours to enable efficiencies. And in their own conversation within the industry in terms of reorientating their own activities, are they yielding towards increasing the hours so that they can at least try and optimize on the available hours? And then, Chair, again, I think Wandisa spoke about them having a pressure to respond to service the industry, but also contracting with the shipping line. Maybe if she can expatiate again more on us and what again are the pressures or areas where such is making perhaps the life of Transnet a bit of a challenge, and what could be done in that regard or is being done, you know, to try and harmonize those demands on Transnet. Then, Chair, there is a slide, I think, that speaks on operational improvement. And when I looked at this slide, it identified, I think, about 3 elements where already one, there is still red and one is green. And I'm assuming, just as a pedestrian, that these would mean if it's red, it means nothing has been done. 5 is yellow, it means this is continuous progress. I'm just wanting to understand at what stage, just from an operational improvements in terms of their own planning, at what stage from Transnet side, they believe that the kind of issues that they've identified there would be completed to sort of yield the benefit from towards operational efficiencies. Taking note that at least I can see that there is a lot of progress. It's only 1 red according to what is in the slides. Then my last one's, Chair, I think this one is both to the department and perhaps all the presenters. I'm seeing, and I might be wrong, that one of the things that the industry has brought onto the Transnet table, and maybe also the department, our provincial department at this point, is more of a commodity approach, because I'm assuming, as I was listening also to Andy, so that at this point, I think a percentage of the fruit growers is what they had to deal with as a multi-purpose. So I'm trying to understand that in the bigger, maybe Transnet, in the bigger port, what percentage of the fruit grower business do you have to deal with, and how are you engaging perhaps other industries responsible for other commodities at this point? Are you finding similar challenges with them? And also, in as far as the province is concerned, is it because the Grower Association maybe predominantly their members are from the Western Cape, which triggered this particular conversation? What happens to those of other commodities, so that at least also their challenges, their concerns, you know, in terms of industry performance and in terms of port services, you know, is also resolved. So if I can just get that sort of overall understanding about how the port is actually trying to make these improvements, yes, for the fruit growers, but also for the bigger clients that they had to deal with. My last one, Chair, is this one is a date one. This Eastern Cape and Western Cape rail service, it's said by September. I'm assuming, and I'm not sure who's going to confirm it. Does it mean that this service is already or is being put in place? And are we being told that by September it will be ready for the table fruit period? Is that what, I think I picked that up, but I could not understand the timelines in as far as that is concerned. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of the questions Member Mkondo has covered me. Just a quick one from me. It will be I just want to find out, I didn't hear a lot, and maybe because it's too technical for me, it's new to me. I didn't hear about when the servicing part of it. When do they service, or the plans for servicing, or maybe it's one of those that it wasn't included in their presentation because they didn't think it's important that we know if there is plans in place so that it can be communicated to us to know the operations as we are trying to find out on the challenges that are there. And the other one, it will be the human capital. I hear the presenter of Transnet saying that they can take the Eastern Cape human capital to come to Western Cape, and so I'm trying to find out that is it one of the challenges in Western Cape, the human capital to come as they need them to come and assist as and when, or is just as is needed? And if that's the case, what is in the planning of the Transnet when dealing with that? Because I tend to believe that the anticipation of what is going to happen as is the like they say, the grape season or the citrus season, as it grows, they anticipate that there might be a need. Now, isn't it easier if they can start by skilling the locals rather than taking people from the Eastern Cape to come and assist in our in the harbors locally? And another one, it will be let me see. No, I think that's all. Member Nkonzo has covered me on that one. I'll do the follow-up if there's anything that I've left out. Thanks, Chair.
To the colleagues in the chamber, I'm very impressed with my members having so few questions today, actually. I think that was very little compared to all the questions we usually have. But I think it's also because the impact of the port in the city of Cape Town on the economy of the Western Cape, but also the impact on every other port in South Africa, the impact we've seen not only on citrus, but when we speak about the respective industries. Mine is more requests than questions. I have a few questions, but I'll quickly run through them. But I think now that we've heard from all the respective stakeholders, what you are all actually saying to us is, we need an intervention. The port of the city of Cape Town is one of the worst ports in terms of the international list of ports. So we need an intervention. Yes, there are things that are going well, but there are things that are not going well, and we need to fix them. To Transnet, and I say Transnet, but when I say Transnet, I mean the various entities that are before us today, specifically TNPA. You've mentioned that you have an operational turnaround plan that you now need to implement. You've told us in the presentation there are monthly short-term things, there are medium-term things in the operational turnaround plan, there are long-term things. Okay. I would like you, please, could you please send the committee monthly reports on your short-term, quarterly reports on your medium-term, and biannual reports on your long-term relating to the operational turnaround plan that you mentioned. But can you please include for the respective items the costing? And when you do the costing, when you now spend the money, that you say, okay, for this year, this is how many cranes we need to refurbish or that we need to fix. Then you also say, now we have now fixed the one crane and we've used the 20 million out of the 30 million that we need to do to refurbish or service or replace the crane. And the reason I say this is we are not going to be in the same situation next year. On what's the date today? The 23rd of June, 2022. I do not want to hear about the same problems. So next year when we hear, we're going to actually hear, you don't necessarily have to have a full briefing, but because we receive then the monthly reports, you will be beforehand be able to pick up on the problems and be able to fix them regularly. On slide 6, I think it was slide 6 of the Transnet presentation, there were equipment investment needs Please, in your reports, can you send to us the cost to maintain and or to replace? So there's a slide there that says exactly which cranes to maintain and which that needs to be replaced. But now can you attach the figures for us as a brief? Because when the budget comes, irrespective of whether it is from the provincial side or from the national side, we want to go check, has the money been allocated for the things that you said you're going to fix? Has the money been allocated for the things you said you're going to replace? Because it also doesn't help you're telling us you're going to replace 10 things, but there's no money to replace. In terms of the concerns raised by the CGA, please, today is the 23rd of June, okay? When I usually write letters, it takes a day or two before it sends out. But in a month's time, you need to be able to tell us which of the CGA complaints and concerns have been addressed and to what extent they've been addressed. And I'll also put these to the committee. In terms of daily capacity and dealing with the daily peaks, DDAT, and you have now said that you have daily meetings, you have weekly meetings, you have WhatsApp groups. Are these daily capacity and dealing with the daily peaks communicated on these various fora? If not, you need to share this with each other on the various daily, weekly, and WhatsApp group fora. To the CGA, could you please send us the list of the needs and requirements in order to improve the efficiencies at the port that your specific industry is looking for? Because TMPA then can't necessarily fix something that they don't know needs to be fixed. So it needs to be raised at the different fora, but if they also have it in writing, then we can also say, okay, what has been addressed in 1 month's time, in 3 months' time? Because it also doesn't help we ask them for a report on what they've addressed, but they don't deal with the specifics that you have brought to us. And then CGA with DDAT and TMPA. But the three of you need to go sit and you need to go speak to the various industries and the various stakeholders and key players and ask them, what agreement can we come to so that we also use the night hours? Clearly, there's a lack of usage of I'll just call it night hours. So either you need to come up with agreements or understandings with various specific industries. For example, I can tell you now the milk industries are going to tell you now at certain times the milk needs to be refrigerated. And if it's on the road, these are the requirements for the trucks, etc., etc. And this is when we want it. Everyone's going to have the requirements for the port, and everyone's maybe will want the peak hours. But we need to find a solution for how we can utilize the night hours to the best of our abilities. So if an industry is able to do it at night, we need to speak to our farmers and the different stakeholders about what are we willing to do and what can we do. I can tell you now, Eskom and the energy producers and farmers, IPPs that have national contracts with DMRE, they contact the Department of Economic Development frequently for the red tape units so that the turbines can be escorted by traffic. I know because my constituency is Laingsburg and there's 3 wind farms, so I see them regularly on the road as well. They get escorted by the traffic. So if we're also going to say we're going to utilize night hours, you need to then ask, okay, what do we need in order to make sure that we get the produce to wherever it needs to be as quickly as possible? Because maybe you can similarly ask traffic, listen here, on certain hours, certain days, is it possible for you to assist us to escort certain produce so that we can reduce the time from the farm to the next country? It cannot be that it takes 45 days for me between me picking the fruit and me coming to another country before I eat it. It's no. 45 days. I don't want to eat the fruit anymore after 45 days. As a brief. Then DDAT. You spoke about the integrated data and the predictive model. How long does it take to integrate the data per industry? Because you've now spoken about the table grapes and that you want to expand the predictive model so that you know what is on the containers, what is on every ship, how do we ship it out? How long does it take to integrate the data? And what are the next industries? You've spoken about the wine. What about the citrus now? So what are the top commodities Mkondo also spoke about the top commodity. What are the top commodities that we need to integrate into this model? How long do you need? If I ask you in 3 months' time, how far are you? Is that a reasonable time for me to ask you? When can we integrate the next industry? You mentioned the support team that is now assigned to you. What does that mean? Is it extra people in the team? Is it more money? Is it equipment? Is it that they give you extra pens? What does the new support team mean in order to quantify the cost of business? You've mentioned the 7 current priorities, that there are also now new priorities and a way forward. And similar, the way the Transnet TAPA specifically needs to tell us turnaround time. You need to now, you should send us monthly reports. How far along are you with the priorities that you've set for yourself? Because then we can hold you accountable. And if it's something specifically, you know something's going to take 1 year, then you must tell us in that 1 year objective, where in that are you? And this now relates to KPIs. Both Transnet, TMPA, TRFR, you guys have lots of entities under Transnet. But the Transnet entities and DDAT, for those respective items in the reports, you actually need to also put there what are the KPIs and how are you going to achieve them. And you've mentioned that more or less the KPIs are birthing time, ship turnaround time, and cost of doing business. So when you give these monthly and quarterly reports and things like that, you must actually also say, how are the things that we are fixing and how are the things that we are doing? How is it aligning to the KPIs that we are supposed to reach? And are we reaching them? WhatsApp groups, daily meetings, weekly meetings, who are on these? Is TMPA on it? Is TFR on it? Is TPT? Is the Transnet gas unit on it? You cannot become a load shedding free province if the gas unit is not talking to you. Is Petro SA there on the forum? Is Eskom on the forum? You cannot have a load shedding free province if we're not also talking to Eskom. I know they also have a lot of problems with some of the other entities, so you must speak to each other. Who is on the WhatsApp groups? Who is on the daily meetings? Who is on the weekly meetings? Are you speaking to one another? There's a root cause analysis that DDAT did regarding the truck flow. If you could send that to us, please, that would be very useful. And strategic alignment. You have all TNPA, DDAT, you all spoke about you need to strategically align everything. When? We want a date. You can't just say you want to strategically align objectives and things like that, but you don't have a date by when you want to complete this. So is it a conversation that's a continuous conversation that's going to continuously change? Is it something you can do in 3 months, in 6 months, in 1 year, over the WhatsApp group? We need a date. We need a timeline. Asseblief. Cool. I'm going to hand over to TNPA first, because they did the first presentation, and then to DDAT. And then I'm going to open up for questions from the different entities to each other as well, and any other follow-ups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to Wandi to just tackle her questions.
Okay, thanks, Mbomi. I will start with Honorable Ostazen's question asking about weather and what are we doing to mitigate that. He's quite right. Cape Town is not the only terminal that actually is. Is there an echo?
Sorry?
Who? Oh, I am. Okay. All right. The first question was about automation and equipment that to be able to service Cape Town, especially for the weather periods that we experience in Cape Town. He's quite right. We are looking for long-term into automation, but of course that is going to take some time because it actually means replacing all our equipment. But also what comes with automation, we need to be able to have those labor discussions and all of that. So it's not only about equipment itself, it's about us also being able to capacitate our employees to be able to operate and work the new way of doing things. What we've done so far, I've alluded earlier on that we've just procured 4 new RTGs and straddle carriers that are able to work at high speed times. The new RTGs have a system that is called an anti-sway. So they're able to operate at least up until 18 kilometers per hour. The current equipment, the other equipment that we have only operates up until 70 kilometers. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that quick dance break. So yes, there is in fact, even at TPT, we've just established a new department that looks at those things, technology of equipment, and how do we ensure that we are ahead looking at weather developments that are currently taking place. Flow of information, do we inform our industries and our stakeholders about weather? Yes, we do. Not only Transnet does that, CGA does that as well in all the forums, whether it's emails, WhatsApp, in all our communication forums, we do that. The problem is we do give you a forecast, a weekly forecast, and they will be able to see which days we are going to have wind, even a day before we remind you, or on the day that wind will pick up at 2, don't bring trucks, but it doesn't, the industry doesn't work like that. Although we give them the wind forecast and the weather forecast, they still bring in because they would rather sometimes just sit and wait at the terminal up until the wind is down. And also because we can't even forecast 100% now, because sometimes we'll say we'll be windbound and we will not be windbound. Other days it's not forecasted, but we will be windbound. So it's kind of a difficult one to play along with, but we are trying with the limited resources and the limited information that we have. And it's not always 100%, but information is distributed on a daily basis. Honorable Kondlo asked, before I go to Honorable Kondlo, there was a technology question that was asked earlier on. Umich responded to that as Transnet, we are having a system that we're currently on the final stages of implementing, Cargo Connect, which will connect everyone which is in the value chain and will be able to probably also work smarter and have more information so that we plan better. So, and I know it's also a discussion that we've had in the weekly forums with citrus industry. It's not only Transnet who's looking at this. I know also the Citrus Grower Association. They are working also with some organization that is looking at this. So it's a discussion that we are having. We fully understand that we can't operate the manual way that we've been doing, and technology will be able to assist us to do things better. So probably in a few months' time when we come back, or when Glenn and Bumi send the report, it will be one of the things that we have said we've already implemented. Honorable Kondlo spoke about relationship management. I did allude earlier on that citrus growers and Transnet port terminals started this and having weekly forums and even planning forums before the season starts. And I did say that we've done stage 1 of that, and now we need to take it to the next level and bring in everyone so that we all are looking at the same key performance indicators, which I said it's stage 2 that needs to bring the whole team SA together. So it's something that we're already discussing that we are going to move into. I'm not sure what she meant by more ships and productivity. I will ask her to just, okay. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Thanks for that. What we mean is you look at the CGA report that Mitch did earlier on. He talks about vessels staying in South Africa for a certain period of time. And as Transnet, we are contracted with the shipping lines and we give them windows that they need to be in a certain port. Now, when you're working according to those windows, you find that shipping lines are saying, and this is why I asked, because in all the other ports in the world, while the vessel is working, they do not allow containers to be brought in for that specific vessel because they know very well it's going to impact productivity. But we allow it in South Africa because we're saying we want to export more volumes. He wants his volumes to be exported. The shipping lines also, because it also means more money in their pocket. But how do we then, as TPT, because we are judged on productivity, and yet that takes us to below productivity norms. So this is why now I said we need to be able as industry to say for this season or for this month, this is what we are expecting from each other and how we need to work with each other. So it's that element of balancing. Do we want to export more containers, or do we want to export a certain number of containers efficiently on a specific vessel? So that's the conversation, and that's where stage 2 of the relationship comes in, because we need to be able to have those KPIs and all be clear on what we are pushing as Team South Africa. She spoke about main created congestion and asked if the industry will be able to do so. We've started on a slow scale basis where on certain days when we want to evacuate and clear the terminal, that certain depots operate 24 hours. They do assist when we do ask, but it's not a norm that they operate like that. And the biggest thing that depots don't operate like that, it really is a cost element that comes to it. Depots run at a specific rate. They want to maintain their costs, but in maintaining their cost, it comes at the expense of Transnet, and it comes at the expense of causing congestion. So it's something that we need. It goes back to that Team SA. What is it that we want to achieve as Team SA? And how do we assist and ensure also the depots control their cost and are still able to be profitable? We contract with shipping lines. It's another element that she has raised. We contract with shipping lines. We sell them specific slots. We will say you'll be in Cape Town between Monday and Tuesday, and then in PE between late Wednesday and Thursday, and then Durban. And there's a certain productivity element we contract to, productivity number. Now, what happens is that when the shipping lines see, but also remember, the shipping lines themselves are in competition to get as many volumes as possible. So they might forfeit the productivity element and say, I am willing to stay longer in the terminal because they know they've just acquired new customers that want to bring in containers late. Now, Mitch talks about it stays in South Africa for longer, but it's a request of the shipping line that made it to stay in South Africa for longer. Besides, sometimes where we have, and I'm not saying TPT is operating at best, where also we are sometimes operating at a good level, but we have to drop because we are waiting for containers. We also have equipment issues where equipment breaks and our productivity is impacted. But the elements in all the value chain talks to that. Now, when the citrus growers report about productivity, they don't report the context. They only report about low numbers. You'll find that the shipping lines will keep quiet because they know very well what led to that low productivity. And also the contracts we can't share. It's like any two parties that contract. It's confidential information. They are in competition themselves. So there are elements of the contracts that we can share. We can't share with the rest of the stakeholders. Honorable Kondlo also highlighted, today we're speaking about citrus. What happens with the other industries? In fact, we saw how this way has assisted us in the Eastern Cape, and hence we brought it to the Western Cape. And we've opened auto industry. We also have the same forums. It was a big debate last week, even in the auto industry, about the similar things and what we need to do as Team SA. We've also just created FMCG because FMCG is very big in the Western Cape. So we've created FMCG, which Glenn is also going. We've invited him to be part of that session. In that FMCG, it's not only the ShopRites or the Woolworths, we also want to bring in the wine industry to be part of that because they also make use of Belcon a lot. So it's different industries, especially key industries, that we want to make sure that we understand the whole value chain and we are able to service them accordingly. The rail line between Eastern Cape and Western Cape, we said we want to start it in January next year. And the reason we're saying January is because the peak of the grape season is between December and March. And January, that's when you see Cape Town having the high impact of wind. So that's why we want to be able to open that valve between the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Honorable Maseko spoke about human capital and why do we bring, or why I alluded that we'll be able to bring people from the Eastern Cape to assist the Western Cape if there's a need. It is because Cape Town terminal is fully capacitated. We have all the employees that we need. There aren't really any vacancies. We are sitting this week closing the last of 10 truck drivers. By this end of the week, they will be appointed. In fact, they are already operating in the terminal as FT says. It's just that now we want to make them permanent. The problem with the port and the terminal operation, there's a certain skill element. It's not a skill you find on the street that you just pick up and you bring someone in to operate. It's like an STS operator is like a pilot. So of course, in the country, there are limited skills when it comes to that. And hence we find, and people get trained almost 4 months to be able to be certified to operate those equipment. And it also comes then, the more you operate, the more efficient you become. And what we're saying is Transnet, which is something also another favorite topic for our GCE, is saying we understand Transnet can only appoint so many people and so many that we need. But we need to be able to build a skill for the country, which is what now we are also planning and hopefully that the government will assist us. Because when Transnet appoint a crane operator or an RTG operator, they first need to train them for 6 months to be able to be efficient. Or should anything happen like COVID or anything, any pandemic like we've seen last year, there is no pool that Transnet can use because it's only Transnet that use that type of skill. But if we partner with government and we provide and build that skill, then there will be a certain pool like we do, like they do in other countries. I know in some of the European countries, there are things that are called dock workers. A dock worker, they might not be able to work at the port every day of the week, but they are trained and they're paid a certain stipend so that when they are needed, then you are able to just pull them and utilize them. So it's something that we need to talk about as Team SA to say, how do we build that skill and how do we keep them there and provide them with a stipend so that when we need them, then we are able to attract them. The speaker spoke about the need for interventions and the World Bank and equipment investment. Mpumi will be able to provide you with that. We'll give you from our side what has been planned and what is in the budget for the next few years. And you're quite right, there are limited resources. Even last night we were talking about it. Transnet does not have the funds as we used to. We were asked to cut, and one thing I was clear with my team, you do not cut on equipment refurbishment. You cut anywhere, but not on equipment refurbishment, because then we are just fighting, we'll be spiting ourselves if we do that. So we will be able to give that to Mpumi to be able to provide. You talked also about the World Bank study and the results that everyone is talking about. In fact, we've just started a discussion with them. They are currently doing a study for Transnet because we've been asking and engaging them. What are those elements that you did that you're saying Transnet is really poor is really poor when it comes to? And I need to highlight that that study was also done in 2020 when we were operating with a third of our capacity. Yes, now we are operating 100%, but what are those elements? That's why we are working with them now. We've started working with them to ensure we cover those elements and so that when we are being compared with others in the world, they also compare apples with apples and we are able to also understand what is it that they were working on. So we've started already. There is already terms of references that we've come and concluded with them. They will be starting the study in the next few months and they are only doing it for South Africa so that we all understand. And once we're ready, we'll be able to share it with the rest of the stakeholders in partnership with the World Bank. I think I've covered. If there's anything that I've missed, someone else can, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just check. Andy, do you have any questions that?
Yeah, there was actually a question that was directed to me. I think it was coming from Honorable Ngondlo. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly because I'm sitting next to your name here. The question about the Cape Town multipurpose terminal, the 1%, why we only handling 1%? What is it that we're doing to address that? In the report, Honorable Member, you will note that I've highlighted the capacity of the multipurpose terminal as far as the containers are concerned, which is the maximum of 90,000 TEUs per annum. In the last years, if I look at the past fiscal year, we had a budget of 60,000 TEUs, and we met and transcended that number to 100 and something, just above 100,000 TEUs. All I'm trying to say is the 1% that I'm talking about is mainly on the citrus space. We still do handle other container. Okay, container is a commodity on its own. We do handle containers in the terminal loaded with other commodities inside or products inside. So we also play as a complementary service to our container terminal, whereby when they are windbound, the type of machines that we have in the multipurpose terminal is able to withstand the wind, and we can continue loading at a certain speed. So meaning they can divert some vessels and you bring them to the multipurpose terminal. Otherwise, the business, if you look at the multipurpose terminal, the container service is actually the best performing service that we do as multipurpose. Like I said, every year or year on year, we've been meeting and surpassing what's on the budget, and even reaching the full capacity of the terminal as far as the TEUs are concerned. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think from my side, Wandi has covered me on wind. But you will, when you're researching ports internationally, you'll find that one of the ports that have actually installed an engineering solution was the port of Rotterdam, where they actually put wind deflectors. But those were not sustainable because you put them in a certain position. As a result, when you Google it now, they're not using them anymore. So as a result, when you're engaging with the shipping liners, they will tell you to say, you know what, when it's wind, unfortunately, there is nothing that could be done because the various engineering solutions that have been, installed worldwide, which, were not economically feasible. So I think it's the phenomena that we actually stuck with in Cape Town when it comes to wind. It's just in addition to what Wandi said. I'm not going to deal with, I think, technology, and Wendy has responded to that communication. But for me, I would really like to make a comment, Honorable Theatre, that on the issue of finding a balance between the Citrus Growers Association and TNPA, boxes arriving late, and the shipping liner, in that. And for me, I think that a conversation needs to be started because we really need to transform, and in the way that we do things. We really need to grow. And I think all of us, if I am right, Justin, we want to ensure that our port becomes competitive. And for us our port to become competitive, we need to play as a team, where we all sit around the table to say, what are the compromises that we must make? What is it that we really need to deal with so that at least we collaborate? And I think, Glenn, you will also be on board in that kind of discussion so that we begin to collaborate and really be team SA. And if there are things that we really need to behavioral, historical behavioral patterns that we really need to outgrow, we will then make that decision. But for me, I think as a port manager, I'm really requesting that collaboration. And I think you can just give us, Honorable Deirdre, an opportunity to just go find ourselves one day, if that's okay with you. Go find ourselves and probably come up with a clear action plan to say, how are we going to deal with this issue, if that's okay with you. What?
The parties are already around the table. It's just that hence I'm referring to it as a phase 2 of what we are already doing. The phase 1 was we were all focusing on Transnet. Phase 2 then, how do we look at the rest of the value chain? So already the parties are around the table. This first walkabout as well, the Gemba work on the 2nd of July, that on its own is being arranged by a shipping line, and we are going to a cold storage so that we understand the certain classes, class 1, class 2, and how many of all of those come at a different time, and how do we then find that balance. So already it has started. It will be part of the report that she sends on a monthly or quarterly basis, and then they can also be able to give you an overview of how far that is. Glenn and I are already working on an MOU, which I have not even told him it's officially approved. We just need to find then, because that also a study that is going to assist us to identify all the elements in the value chain. And like we've seen in his first study, where he sees the peak and what everyone needs to do. So, and I keep on saying it comes with its own cost. But how do we ensure that parties, as much as we want them to play along, they are not found out of pocket? So when we are going to all be talking to each other, there mustn't be someone who gets 100% profitability and then someone else gets 0% profitability. We all need to be Team SA to make money for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deirdre. The last one, Honorable Deirdre, if I can get clarity on the slide that was green and red, I am assuming that it was a TNPA slide on fleet.
All right. If I may, Chair, I think if we can all go through the report, you will notice that some of the slides are already having the rand value aligned to the equipment replacement plans. And according to different types of equipments that we spoke about here, we also put the rand value. That was your ask.
No, the last one, Honorable Deirdre, I just want to, for the committee members to be aware that TNPA does not only have 2 terminals, which is TPT, MPT, and CTCT. We have got 11 terminal operators. And it would be interesting as well to also understand from Mitch, if Mitch, you have got any fruit that is being exported via the fruit produce terminal, which is FPT. I just wanted to bring that clarity as well. Yeah, I think that's all. That's all, Honorable Deirdre, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to appreciate the questions. And I want to also really appreciate the responses. I think we've covered almost everything. Perhaps for me just to come back to Honourable van der Westhuizen to say we are really digging deep into the weather disruption and seeing if we can be more proactive in terms of dealing with that, even anticipating that. Having discussions with Wandisa about the extent to which it may be possible to create a bit of additional capacity so that after a disruption, it is easier to recover. I think Mpumi touched on some really interesting behavioral things, because sometimes you can imagine sitting up in that crane, how scary it must be when the wind blows at 80 kilometers an hour, even if your machine can work. Just think of the nerves of the person. So sometimes we may even need to deal with human effects rather than just the technical effect of the equipment. But yes, sir, that is something we are trying to dig deeper into, and even the conversation up the logistics chain, right up to the pack house, when we anticipate the weather disruption. Yes, sir, that is part of the conversation, and that was part of the study. I may just say what's really fascinating when you go a level down is you find what we call Pareto cold stores or pack houses. Of all the dozens of pack houses in the province, there are just 12 that do most of the business. So if you are able to have direct communication with your 12 biggest ones, you cover 80% of the volumes. So that is the way we are thinking, is to at least make sure you are able to engage with the bigger volumes and communicate upwards and ask to either hold back the dispatch or even expedite dispatch if there's a bit of a window to get some cargo out earlier. So that is the intention with the predictive model. Thank you for the questions. No, I've made a note of your request. I've made a note of your request, Chair. We will respond accordingly.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I just want to thank both the presenters for the excellent information that's been shared with us today. And just a request if we can get the copy of the presentations. I don't think we've got them yet. A couple of questions, and maybe just to follow on your request in terms of a plan. And I think it's one of the things we've been asking for a while now. In 2020, the acting chief executive of TPT sent to industry a very detailed plan in terms of crane procurement, timing, and also human resource procurement and timing, etc. And we got very regular feedback in terms of the progress with those procurement plans. So I think almost on a bi-weekly or at least a monthly basis, or probably bi-weekly, we got an update that the cranes are now here, and that was really important information that we could feed back to our constituency to show them that, that things were in progress. So I think it comes in with your request to have a plan and a monthly feedback on the short-term plan and a quarterly on the medium term and an annual or whatever on the long term. I know that, in the TNPA, you've got an excellent gap analysis on your human resource requirements and the tugs, etc., which you shared with industry. And it showed us exactly where the gaps were and what you were planning in terms of filling those gaps. And that gave us a lot of good information to monitor how things were going. Just a question on page 3, which I guess is slide 6. Is there any chance of you going back to the berthing delays from 2019-20 when you had 11-hour berthing delays? It looks like in your slide there. I mean, if we could achieve that, then is there any chance that we can go back? You indicated how much better it's got in 21-22, down to 36 now. But is there any scope to go back to those levels of 2019-2020? The next one is just around the funding requirements from Transnet, and just an offer really that if you need assistance in approaching National Treasury and you need industry to bring some of these sort of information and the importance of the earnings from the industry and the job creation, etc., we can assist in that area. And then maybe one to the department. We spoke a lot about, and Wandi included, she said, ports are all around planning. And what we try and do as CGA is share as much information on on our estimates, on our long-term estimates, so that we can plan way ahead. Can we not bring all cargo owners into giving us the same sort of information? I know the fruit industries are getting there, the wine industry says it's getting there, but you know, that's only part of the picture for Transnet. They need the whole picture, and I think we need to try and, as cargo owners, have more information earlier. And I don't know who can play a role in terms of bringing that all together. So it's really a question perhaps to you at the department. And then the cost of doing business, you mentioned that you've got the tariff rates, etc. I think a huge cost of doing business, two things. One is the surcharges, the congestion surcharges and other surcharges that get added. And the other day we were discussing it with one of my colleagues, Dion Jaber, and he said there's a certain surcharge that's embedded in the cost now, and I think we need to understand those as well. And then the cost that Mitchell was alluding to, where they have 10 vessels on the string when they should have 7. You know, that's another additional cost that ultimately gets borne by industry. And then just a comment on your last slide around the common objectives. And I think it's important that there is at the moment a agriculture and agro-processing master plan that is being developed by the Department of Agriculture and Industry. And one element of that is logistics. And I think it's important that we align the objectives of that master plan with what's being discussed here, so that we don't have misalignment in terms of those plans going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I didn't want to derail the citrus discussions earlier, although we represent the fresh, or I represent the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, and also we export citrus as well, but other cat and fruit categories also. I heard a lot of mentioning, and maybe just some comments from my side as well, and from our constituents, is that fresh produce, you must look at it in a holistic mean, and specifically we need to take care of the table grape peaks as well. I think more important than citrus almost is the table grape peak for Cape Town Harbour. That's where the most incentive system, because the business is complex in the fruit industry. They need to pack the last fruit. They need to pack it in a container and arrive that last container on the last minute to reach the vessel sometimes. It's unavoidable. So from that perspective, maybe look at an incentive industry or incentive system as a tool. I think that is stuff that we can discuss in our planning session. And then lastly, I would also recommend the strategic group working on this from all the fruit categories, CJA, the Ward Crows, the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, which is ourselves, and also SATI, the South African table grape industry, and also with the leadership of the Economic Department and Opportunities and Tourism, and DDAT, Glenn Stein, as being the leaders driving us forward, giving us direction, us all, and then we can collaborate. And then thank you from my side.
Thank you, Chair. I think just before I start, it's very evident today that the oversight role that's being played out here today is very, very important. And I just from my side, I really appreciate this opportunity, and I really respect the way you've chaired the session. Just some important things to consider that, you know, if we look at the Cape Town terminal in terms of its ability to expand infrastructure is limited, actually, particularly the main container terminal. So moving up to 1 million TEUs means that productivity is the most important part of actually achieving that, the way I see it. If we take into consideration the average over the last couple of months daily moves, well, let's take the million. If you take 1 million TEUs and you divide that by, say, 360 days, it means you've got to do an average of 2,800 moves a day to get to 1 million TEUs. So that's a very big ask in terms of the throughput requirement, in terms of crane moves. And I'll be honest with you, it's hardly been achieving that. You know, it's hardly even getting close to that. So to get to that requirement in terms of capacity, you've got to upscale the productivity radically. So that being said, the next question I want to ask is, you know, if we take into consideration what was discussed around that specific vessel service that's going to the multi-purpose terminal that's really hindered by, you know, throughput, where we say that the shipping lines haven't taken the opportunity to take a berthing window at the main container terminal. Surely then it should be up to Transnet to say, look, as Team South Africa, this is an important service to our customers. We are going to make the decision to move the vessel over without offering a seat-top window or something like that. Is it not an opportunity to look at that, rather than have a vessel that's sitting idle on a terminal that can't work because of cranes that don't operate? The next very important question to ask is, at the start of COVID last year in March, we understand the Cape Town terminal was very, very impacted by, in the Western Cape at large, it was impacted by the COVID pandemic. And obviously Transnet had to roll out their preventative measures by having a lot of staff going home, people under chronic medication staying at home, which meant that the capacity and resource supply to the terminal was severely impacted. But then we get to the end of the year, you know, when it started, the table grape season started around November. The wheels just didn't seem to come right. The wheels fell off continually through the season. And I'm just want to ask Wendy, I mean, we've had discussion this one day and you found some very serious issues with the terminal. I would say it's very important for us to maybe unpack what are those critical things that you found? Are they being fixed? And is it going to get to a point when we get to the table grape season coming now that we aren't going to see the same issues that we saw this past season? To satisfy particularly what Vanessa just said, that the table grape season is going to have a successful year this year, not to be impeded by what we saw this past season. So it's important that we capture the very immediate structural issues that are need to be addressed, that are being addressed, so that we don't see that reoccurring again. And that's my question. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Wandi, or the others. You can allocate the questions accordingly. I do know that there are extra hands online, but I'm going to ask the members if we can ask our extra pertinent follow-up questions when we do the walkabout, when we go do the oversight, just so that we don't run too much over time, so that we can just get TNPA to answer these questions, and then we quickly go get our respective cell phone, your handbag, whatever you need, do the safety briefings and all those things, go and do the oversight, and then we can ask any extra pertinent follow-ups on the actual oversight, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. I'll start with Justin. The 11 is very much possible. In fact, the 36 that you see month to date, what we did not take out is what the shipping line did and stayed on berth. And some of that 36 is part of the shipping line. It's not due to Transnet, but we've included it all. But definitely the 11 is very much possible. I'm sure you will see the 11 very soon. I always used to call you the Mitch of the Western Cape. I've been looking, and I'm so glad that we want to do the same for the table grapes, because it's definitely needed for the table grapes, and we need to educate ourselves more, and hence the beginning of the Gemba Walk on the 2nd of July. In fact, it is in preparation for the table grapes. It's not even about the citrus industry. It's in preparation, so that we start now planning. We'll definitely call you. We normally start planning 6 months ahead of time. We'll definitely start those sessions so that we encompass everyone in that one, especially because that's for Cape Town is the peak. And to match the issues that we identified in Cape Town last year, definitely we can share that. It's also some of the things we can share on our weekly meetings. Remember, I have invited Cape Town. I know the citrus industry meetings. Cape Town is also part of those forums where we're discussing Eastern Cape. Cape Town is also part of that. Ngobile joins them every week. And you also know Dawn, in fact, works for both Eastern Cape and Western Cape. So Dawn will also have the information that we can share on that weekly forum. The biggest thing that caught us wanting for the table grapes we were coming from COVID. There were no spares for our equipment and to do our refurbishment. And that's what all I was alluding to with Glenn earlier on, that and Andy so spoke about. We now have long-term contracts in place to make sure that those spares, we get them on time. We also partner with OEMs to make sure that where we're lacking skills, they come in and assist us when it comes to our equipment. For now, we're working with 20 RTGs currently. By the time it's table grapes, because that's a peak, we don't want anything less than 26 RTGs. The STS are enough. They are operating all of them. And the trucks are also not an issue. There was a time where I complained in a forum. We were looking for tires. We could not get them tires in Cape Town because we are so transparent. We go to these meetings. We tell everyone what is it that we're struggling and what we're looking for. And next thing, the quotations that we got for the tires, the Cape Town suppliers charge us 3 times the price. Of course, we also need to be, we are a business. Unfortunately, Transnet, we are not subsidized by the government. We could not get tires in Cape Town, and we had to go get and procure tires in the Eastern Cape. So the transparency that we also bring to the forums sometimes works against us, because there are other people that are listening in these forums, and hence we're talking about terms of reference, who must attend the meetings, because we declare and we are so transparent in these meetings. Other people take that and use it against us. We don't have a bottomless pocket, unfortunately. So we also need to make economic decisions. So when we do share the information, we want to be able to ensure that we share it with the right people that are not going to use the information against us or try to profit from the information that we share. So we've asked Mpumi, we're meeting to make sure we know who attends the meeting, what are the terms of reference of the meeting, because we share sensitive information in these meetings. So we don't want those things to be used against us. Thank you.
Okay, I received a comment on the chat online. It's not a question, just a request that we also get a report from Transnet based on the challenges you experience, and if you can share the new business plan, or I'm assuming that refers to the operational plan. That's from Member Maseko. Member Maseko, am I correct? Based on what you typed in the chat?
Yes, Chair. It's more of the reflections of practice and their indicator measurements, so that we can be able to walk the path with them as they implement some of the things that are going to deal with the past challenges that I've observed, to see that they are now implementing the contingency measures to make sure that that never happens again. In fact, they're moving forward to do best in what is their core business.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something we can also deal with in the resolutions when we get there. Member van der Westhuizen, is that a legacy hand? I know we're calling it legacy hands these days. Or is that a follow-up that we can leave for later at the port? Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm going to see you, Mr. Legacy hand, likely. Okay. TNPA, thank you so much. CGA, DDAT, thank you so much for the briefing. It's not just important for us to know what you're doing. It's important for the people on the ground to know what you're doing, for the various industries to know what you're doing. And that's also why those fora, like the port forum, is so important. That who is on your WhatsApp groups, who's on your daily meetings, who's on your weekly meetings. Because if you're not communicating with each other, then you're going to speak past each other. You're not going to necessarily have a strategy that's aligned. You're not going to know when things are going to happen. So we need to get that fixed. And this committee, the members on this committee, we like asking questions. And we're going to ask you lots and lots of information. If the information is confidential, you're more than welcome to put the word confidential over the information. For example, we've had private companies before our committee before, and then we say, there's confidential information, you must just put what is confidential and what in terms of the law is not. You must just remember to indicate to us in terms of the law which parts are confidential and the rest, and in the committee, for example, we go through that and we will say we agree in terms of the law, it is confidential or not. But please, we're going to ask you for reports. And we're going to ask DDAT if you can please get the various stakeholders together, not just CGA, but if, for example, the Table Grapes Association has, let's say, 40% that of the commodities in the Western Cape goes, I'm just making up a number now, goes to the ports, then please get the big stakeholders that are having port challenges together. Make sure you're talking with one another, but also make sure that the entities, the state-owned entities in the Western Cape are also talking to one another. Are we talking to Eskom? Are we talking to Petro SA? Are we talking to the gas unit within TNPA? Because you might have some infrastructure that is being upgraded already or going to upgrade where you can piggyback on other infrastructure perhaps or other funds from different places as well, and where you can partner with each other. But I do thank you for being here today, and thank you for letting us go on the oversight. I'm going to hand over to you now for the safety briefing side, but if you can just, I'm not sure who's in charge of the safety briefing. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Members who are online, if you are in your offices, there are items here for you upstairs, not downstairs, items here upstairs, but we're just going to do the safety briefing and then we're going to head down to the transport, which is already waiting for us, to my knowledge. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Dipoor. I'm representing Transnet Port Terminals. I'll be taking you through what we would be or what we have made available for today. We are in an operational area, fully operational, both on the multi-purpose terminal side as well as on the container side. So we will not be disembarking the shuttles that we've made available. We will, though, be driving at a very slow speed to ensure that there's engagement. We've also ensured that each shuttle is equipped with a lead that you can engage for questions and more specifics around what we do. We also encourage that at no point we remove the masks and also to just ensure that we observe social distance within the shuttles. We are priding ourselves on safety. We also trust that as we enter into the multi-purpose terminal as well as the container terminal, that we will adhere to all the regulations there. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, while the meeting is not officially adjourned because we're going to the oversight, for the purposes of YouTube and online, we're going to end the online meeting now. Thank you so much.